Okay, well, I'm back live. I don't know if anybody's going to take the time to come back on. Hopefully they do. I don't know what YouTube is doing, but they obviously don't want to work for me. So, I believe, because I can see top fans and stuff, that I am live and I can see I can see you now. Okay, good. There's a chat. All right, cool. All right, Sword Lord, you're on, and I see you. I don't know what it was going like. Normally, I don't know if you guys have ever live feeded. I mean, obviously, this is my second, so learning curve and, blonde illiterate. But earlier on the right, like, I didn't have any options or anything, or I didn't see the top fans. Now I do, and now I see your chat. So hopefully more people come back. I'm sorry that everybody, I see 4 now, so maybe everybody's coming back. So, all right, you'll love me after all. All right. But anyway, apparently people had questions. So we only slightly killed it. I would have guessed so. I don't know. At least it's working this time. I mean, I did this last Thursday for like an hour, and I was supposedly live, but nobody could see me. And I think I figured out what was wrong is that I think when I did the live feed, for some reason it got unlisted. So suggestion for you from your previous videos. All right. Let's hear it. Oh, anyway, but I think JG had a suggestion, but I'm not seeing it yet. He's writing it out. When in doubt, I blame James. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hi. Diatrex Swords. Well, there's usually someone to blame, but, is what it is. At least it's working now. And, there's 10 of you on, and yeah, hopefully we can keep this going. I plan on going for as long as you guys want, at least a couple hours. I love your videos. Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. I'm glad you do. Where can we get the Oakeshott books you showed us earlier? You can get them on Amazon.com. BarnesandNobles.com has them. I got mine on Amazon. Get into the habit based off the typology expansion from the Southern Industrial book. Try using blade type, cross style, and pommel form. It helps break up the overuse of the word type. Well, Oakeshott doesn't use type for everything anyway. He does use, he has, there's guard styles, pommel types, and then, yeah, there's blade types and subtypes. But yeah, the typology expansion. I mean, I've looked into it, but, the thing with the typology, I don't think there was anything wrong with it, but at the same time, I think it added more than what was necessary. The typology isn't meant to be a be-all, end-all. It's supposed to be like a simple, more of a simple categorization. Do you have Damascus steel? Technically, I do not, because Damascus steel, if you believe the mythology to it, I guess, is that nobody has Damascus steel, because Damascus steel was a lost art in the region of Damascus, and nobody knows how to make it anymore. But of course, it is just folded steel, or AKA pattern welded steel, which of course has been used through numerous, different cultures and regions. With the Carolingian area, the Franks and the Scandinavians, they did pattern welds. The Japanese and Chinese folded steel. So obviously, Damascus steel folded weld pattern steel is not uncommon. It's just traditional Damascus. Now, I know what you mean by, do you have Damascus steel? Technically, I do, because I have a few pattern welded Viking swords. I have a folded katana. But yeah, so yeah, I do. But anyway, yeah, back to the, well, I'll finish the books. Yeah, so you can find the books on Amazon. There is actually quite a lot. There's also, to just break up the phrasing when writing or talking, I've generally found it's useful a way to pronunciate. I try to, that's why I try to focus on subtypes. And usually I won't generalize because it can be confusing for people. You know, but then again, people also tend to overcomplicate a lot of the typology stuff because they think it's definitive. And that was something that I was bringing up. I have a Panorama of Knights collection sorted, and it cuts really nice. Nice, awesome. Those Knight collections are looking pretty good. I got a pretty good look at a few of them. You know, when I featured them on Sword News a couple episodes ago, you know, with the Witcher ones, and I was actually pretty impressed with their selection and their variety. It was actually pretty good. But anyway, yeah. So you know, with the books, you know, back to, you know, phrasing, yeah, and you know, and that's the thing is that, you know, when you really break down swords by a typology, you know, for example, this guy, we can just start with this guy. You know, pretty much there's two prominent things we're going to look at from the typology. Now, in the previous video, I don't know how many of you were listening, but I did mention the 5 parts of the typology of Oakeshott's typology. You got blades, you got pommels, you got guards, you got groups, and you got hilt families. So normally when I look at a sword, let's say that I'm having some fun and I'm in a museum and I want to look at a sword and I want to base off it. What I'm going to first do is I'm going to look at the hilt. Hilts matter because hilts are kind of the style of the sword. You know, usually as far as just not really so much as like smith preference, like in Japanese swords, you kind of see smiths had a certain amount of flair to their styles. You would see, you know, distinct traits and maybe like a Suba or Koshire that was like, okay, I made this. With, you know, with European swords, you do sort of see that, but not so much. It's kind of more regionally. It's almost like what was regionally popular. And that's what, like, it's really cool with this, like, Family F sword. Like, if I saw this sword or a similar sword to it, you know, the first thing I'd look at as far as knowing the Oakeshott typology is I'd look at the hilt family. And, you know, basically, but basically what I would do is I'd look at, okay, so it's a family F. If any of you are unfamiliar, do you have one of those Chinese long staff blades? I forgot the name. Chinese long staff blades, like a spear, like a Japanese naginata. I don't, if that's what you're asking for. But anyway, but yeah. So I look at this. I say, okay, family F. Well, family F really makes me think 15th century English because there's a lot of popular English swords with the family F hilt style, a hilt family. So I would think, okay, well, this sword's more than likely, maybe, yeah, naginata, yeah. Do you have, but anyway, yeah. So I'd look at that. The next thing I'd look at is the blade, because the blade's going to also tell me. Now, this one being diamond cross section, no fuller, you know, slightly acute with a slight parallel midsection. I mean, it's a type 18. So if you know the typology, you know what a type 18 looks like. Now, sometimes typologies can be confusing. Hey, what's up, bud? Baseball kid, 1954. Nice to meet you. I don't think I've ever seen you on the live chats or, you know, commenting on the channel. So yeah, well, welcome. Thank you for popping in. So anyway, so with the type 18, what you got is so it's pretty distinct, and you're going to know it from something that's, you know, older. For example, like a type 10, because a type 10 is going to have the deep fuller and look completely different. So I can basically, just by looking at the hilt and by the blade, I can be like, well, this sword's more than likely 14th, 15th century. And it's easy to decipher. And that's kind of what the Oakeshott typology is used for. It's not really meant to be like, ooh and ah, this sword is this with this and that. I mean, that's kind of the fun of it, breaking it down. But overall, it's just to kind of give you a general idea of, hey, I just found this sword in the basement of some old castle. I wonder who made it, where it's from, and where it came from. And that's kind of where, you know, you'll kind of see that with you know, with the typology. And that's what's cool with typologies, because, you know, a lot of people kind of chastise using the typology for, describing or referencing modern made swords. And the situation is that if something's meant to be a historical replica, especially European, it's going to be based off of something historically. I will be back with the name. Okay, Levi. But, so that's how we're going to know the difference between it. And for example, like I said, we can go to here's, a Viking sword. So, or a Caligarian Viking style sword. So with this, again, that is that type 10 blade style. Broad, parallel, deep, fuller, more spatulate, spade-shaped tip. Guandao. It is from Mongolia. No, dude, I do not have a Guandao. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of Chinese swords. I just never really. Not to offend anybody, but never really been into Chinese style swords. My sword collecting, if you weren't here for the last live feed, I kind of gave a brief description. Kind of started with Japanese. And a lot of that was kind of influenced with ninjas and samurai stuff in the 80s and 90s. And growing up with that and not really having an understanding of medieval European sword until later in life, because there wasn't a lot of information on it openly. A lot of it was, of course, Japanese this, Japanese that, especially in the 90s and 2000s. And you saw like European style medieval swords, but they were more like fantasy based, like long swords or like Conan the Barbarian sword, and stuff like that. So I didn't really get into like the Oakeshott Typology and stuff well until like, I want to say, like 2010, 2011. Before that, long swords and arming swords are just long swords and arming swords. I didn't really decipher one from, I couldn't tell you the difference between Anduril from Lord of the Rings and like this, like a traditional Type 18A or something, The difficulty is people attempting to show in modern designs are making the everyone's very present to pigeon, which they tell them. Well, see, and that's what's true, because the typologies describe traditional made blades. And you get that, especially with the budget. It's like I have a perfect example right here. And what's really weird, I don't know, it must be ghost, but I was looking for this sword earlier and it was right in front of me. I guess I was just overlooking it. Anyway, what's a good example? What do we got to play with? I just had something that would have been a good example. Well, this one's perfect, actually. I just got my first Yan Chinese sword. Really happy with it. The LK Chinming. Yeah, LK Chin makes great stuff. But here, this is Jay. This is what's going to kind of prove both of your point exactly into mine. And this is where sometimes you got to take liberties. And I don't know if any of you know this sword, but it is the windlass Toten. Now, the windlass Toten sword was just recently reissued under their signature line with a better grip and stuff and a better scabbard. But this sword's been in their collection for a lot of years. And it shares the same blade as two other swords designed and distributed by Windlass in the 2000s, 2010s. Kind of, sort of, but it's still the best way to describe a historical replica because, again, like I said, if you're trying to replicate something from history, you're going to want to use parts from history. If you just make your own stuff, you're basically making your own design, you're making your own fantasy sword. And the fact that the typology kind of focuses and encompasses the fact that, medieval swordsmen or medieval swordsmiths were specific with what they made, kind of proves, especially in those regions and those, decades where, thanks, bud, regions and areas where like certain blade types and hilt styles were popular, it kind of shows that there was a method to the medieval sword that a lot of people didn't understand and give credit to. And that's where, like I said, the Oakeshott typology, I really lean on, because I think it helps people understand the medieval sword. And I think that's more important, because again, I'm still answering, I'd argue that Edinburgh and Humphreys families are more useful for the modern consumer. Trying to get a sword that's of a group is something I want to see more work put into in the future. Sword groups, yeah, you know, and that's the thing is that, I mean, yeah, is there room for improvement with Oakeshott's typology? Absolutely. I don't think there's not. Well, that's kind of what it's for, sword lore. And to back to what Jed is saying, you know, with groups, I mean, we can group, but see, there's a lot of distinction in certain swords between certain smiths. You know, we can nitpick guard styles. I want to track sword history and metallurgy. Well, that's kind of what the typology does. It allows that without carbon dating, because then you can look at examples. Like, let's say, for example, like I said earlier, let's say, for example, you find a sword that looks like this, and then you have another sword similar to it, and then you can look at and you can say, well, this sword was probably from the 15th century because it has the T for pommel, which is long, and, you know, scent stopper and chamfered and or fluted, and then you have like the style 9 guard, which is heavily upcurred. Hello, hey bud, how's it going? Hey, I'm going to mispronounce your name again, and I think I did when I did the shout out to you. G-U Kishi Parn. I hope I said that right, or maybe I'll just call you JKP. Oh God, Oakeshott's bloody awful. It needs retiring, but I'm not sure we can get away with rewriting it without having a lot of annoyed people who have a lot of swords. I mean, that's technically, but then again, like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I got it right? Okay, cool. And that's the thing. Some people are pro Oakeshott, some aren't. And that might be why some people aren't big fans of my channel, because I am pro Oakeshott. But that's just how I am, and that's how I learned the medieval sword, and that's how I studied. So that's how I'm going to give the best information I have, because that's what I reference all my knowledge on, be it historically or modernly. And most do too. You know, it's funny, like, for example, you know, swordsmiths like, you know, with like the Albion and Peterson, you know, he, you know, it's funny how he says, oh, well, I don't like to use the Oakeshott typology. The Oakeshott typology is really vague, and Oakeshott didn't understand swordsmiths and this and this and that. But then again, every Albion sword is an Oakeshott typology and is described through the Oakeshott typology. So it's kind of like, well, you want your cake and eat it too. It doesn't make much sense. You're either going to utilize the Oakeshott typology and acknowledge it, or you're not. And I think that's where, you know, kind of some of those guys fail when they say, oh, the Oakeshott typology is awful, it makes no sense, this and that. Now, Oakeshott definitely wasn't flawed, because there's a lot of flaws in the book, and I see that. A lot of typos, a lot of stuff. It's a book, you know, and that's where, like I said, I wish there was just a lot more, you know, I mean, there's the Oakeshott Institute and things like that we can reference, you know, with Arms and Armor and stuff, and his family's, you know, website and institute, where they have a lot of his, you know, discussion in pieces. But, well, it is, you know, and Oakeshott really cared about swords, and that's kind of the difference, because you got to realize, up until Jan Peterson, there wasn't, a sword was a sword. I mean, you know, I kind of discussed that a little bit in the Oakeshott typology video series. When you, in the 19th century, archaeologists looked at, honestly, they didn't look at this sword any different than they looked at this sword. You know, they didn't really look at the difference of a sword up until, you know, like, you know, post-Renaissance with rapier and small sword and side sword with the intricate hilting. It was like, okay, if it's got a double edge and you can hold it with one or two hands and it's got a crossguard and a pommel, it's a medieval sword. Didn't matter, long sword, army sword, none of that mattered. And then, you know, like I said, and then you had like your ancient you know, European swords, like your gladius and everything like that. But I mean, overall, you know, back to like what I was making a point on this is in modern replicas and ahistoricals, because I kind of rambled on and I apologize. JG, the man was enthusiastic, but he couldn't use a tape measure to save his life. He couldn't, because honestly, and that's one of my fault. That's one of the faults of the books, because a lot of his measurements and stuff he wasn't exact with. But then again, you got to think, what time was he writing these books? I mean, he might see a sword, especially like in the 30s and 40s. I mean, he was in England when World War II was going on, and they were having bomb raids, and they were having like basement sales at Christie's for swords, medieval swords. And goddamn, I wish I was back then, because medieval swords were going for like $20. I mean, these swords are worth millions now, and they're going for like freaking $20 back then, because they were just like, we need money and we're trying to sell our estates. Please take these swords. And a lot of it was conservation and preservation, similar to the Japanese during World War II when they were giving GIs katanas. Please, we don't want our family sword smelted. Take it home with you. I'd rather see it on an American's mantle. That's why I appreciate these sword reviews, for taking the time to do things that were not done properly. Well, thank you. And that's what I hope us and other sword tubers are proving and doing for you. $20, that's an expensive one, more like $5. Well, I'm saying like $20 our money, compared to their currency. But still, it was like, that's what I mean. I mean, they were going cheap because they were just, I mean, that's why Oakeshott had such a collection of antiques, because antiques were pretty readily available back then because nobody cared about them, and that's kind of just the way Europe has been in general. Europe has always been very industrious. They haven't been very traditional. I mean, they've been traditional in their societies and stuff, the Masons, Templars, and Hospitallers, things like that, with their orders. But as far as like, you would never see, with just how industrious Europe is, you'd never see like a Tokugawa era of Europe. Number one, Europe is just too diverse as far as, countries and kingdoms, that anybody that tried to be like, oh, we're not going to go modern, we're going to stay being medieval knights from, we're going to stay 15th century because I like medieval knights and I like this and I like that. No, and anybody that might have had that thought, which they could have had that thought, were probably smashed and desecrated, just decimated, because, it's just like France with the cannon, and when they invaded Italy, I mean, they mobbed through Italy in the 16th century, and there was no, the Italians were scared, shitless, I guess, easiest way to say. I don't know. I mean, if anybody's offended by a bad word, let me know in the comments, and I'll keep it PG. But yeah, if we're all okay with a few swear words, I might let out a damn or a shit now and then. So, but yeah, they were literally scared shitless of the French and their cannons, and they have nothing to do about it. What were they going to do about it? Oh well, we believe in chivalry and knight play, so bring your sword and shield to the arena and we'll duel it out. No, boom. It's kind of like the last live feed where I was making the joke where, you could have 10 of the greatest swordsmen all in one fort, and they could all kill hundreds of men on their own, and all it takes is one cannon shot or one explosion, and they're all gone, and it didn't matter. And that's just that advancement. And that's why swords didn't matter to the Europeans. I mean, sure, there might have been some heraldry and sentimental value, especially with like the kingly swords and stuff. But for the most part, they were useless to them. What's an old sword to me? I want the next thing. I want a musket. Take grandfather's sword, smelt it down, and make me a musket so I can actually go to war and go to battle. Note down every aspect. The books would be thicker than a Bible, and no one would read it. That too. And that's also, there's a very limited supply. And actually, sword order before, I guess, with these sort of. Well, yeah, that's the thing. And now antiques have value. Back then, they didn't. They were just old shit. Nobody cared. Now, yeah, because collecting is so it now. And collecting is in the eye of the beholder, I got a bunch of old video games, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64 from when I was a kid growing up. And I'll tell you right now, I went to like some used game store because I was just having a little fun one day. And the guy was talking to me and he's like, what are you looking at? Looking at anything specific? I was like, oh no, I'm just surprised how much that you're asking for that because I have one of those. And he's like, you do? Are war swords just early long swords with less acute tips? Basically, I'll explain war swords because war swords is something that I like to talk about. And it's something that Oakeshott and a few other scholars did talk about that generally gets ignored because long swords definitely get lumped into just what is generically a two-handed sword. But anyway, he was like blowing my mind. But then again, I'm like, well, that half of the video games I bought at yard sales for like $5 when I was a kid because NES was out and everyone was getting rid of them. And I got all the Zeldas and Duck Hunts and all that for like, $5 a box half the time. But that's what I mean. It's like collecting is in the value of the beholder. This sword is only worth whatever I say it is and how much you're willing to pay. But back to what that is war swords. Okay, so let's talk war swords because I love talking war swords. War swords is something that I've argued with Shad with in comments back in the day, and I've argued with on Sword Buyer's Guide Forum. A lot of people just don't understand war swords. So let's talk war swords. And the perfect example is this guy, which is a very convoluted war sword because it's all over the place. This is the Royal Armory's 14th century hand and a half sword, which is technically two sword types. One Oakeshott book says it's a type 16A. The other Oakeshott Typology book says that it is a 12A. So which is it? Well, that's kind of the description of it is what is it? It's a war sword. Well, what is a war sword? Well, my consideration of what a war sword is, because there's two versions of a war sword. There's early war swords and there's later period war swords. And the later period war swords had another name, and that is they were called bastard swords. And a lot of people are like, well, a bastard sword's a hand and a half sword. This is a bastard sword. Well, that's not really a bastard sword. It's technically a hand and a half sword. And these had different descriptions for a specific reason. And that specific reason is because of how it was used and what it was used for. Now, a war sword is a sword of war. It was meant to be used on the battlefield. And when you focus on that terminology, you see certain swords work better on the battlefield. I mean, all swords work on the battlefield, but some swords were made for the battlefield. Some were made for carry and general use. And that's kind of the difference between like a long sword and a war sword, or a arming sword, which is more of a war sword, and a single-handed war sword. And for example, a riding sword. If you break it down into every minute detail, you end up with ABB, Norman's Typology, or Giebig, and let's say you need one hell of a memory for one. Well, that's the thing. Giebig, I don't mind referencing Giebig with blade types, but honestly, Giebig was kind of full of shit. And I know he's one of the later ones, but I'm sorry, but half of his blade types that he considers Vikings aren't Vikings. They don't date to the Viking age. They date to the Norman age. And Norman swords are not Viking swords. And that's the thing. And just Viking swords in general. Viking is an ugly word that is popularized and stuff, in my opinion. I don't like using Viking sword because not all swords post 1100s was a Viking sword. Vikings were a distinct seafaring, you were Viking, and from Scandinavia. The Franks used Ulfbert swords, or Ulfbert, I'm going to mispronounce it, so scold me if you want. They were exactly tried and true. They were Carolingian swords. Carolingian era, the Dark Age. Well, yeah, but see, where I get the term bastard sword is from the Italian use, which is basically it's their bastard. It's a single sword. You used it without shield or anything else. It was which is what the war swords of the 15th, 16th century were. The type 20, 20As, and even the post dated intricate hilted two-handed swords and great swords, you know, with those intricate hiltings. You know, I mean, the great sword really defined what was really a large, you know, two-handed sword. Cubig's a lovely chap, but it's really sourced solely from the Coburg Armory. So yeah, it's so problematic that also it's in use of ratios. It is a pain, because I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that a 11A, which is a Giebig Type 5, is a you know, honestly, I mean, this is a kind of a bastardized version of it, because again, windlass and, like I said, modern replications, like we were kind of talking, I didn't get to finish, but it's got a diamond cross section. Now, if we're going to be historically accurate, this is not a 10A or an 11 like I claim it is, because it's got a diamond cross section. Diamond cross section wasn't invented, you know, or it was invented because it's getting spicy in here, sort of. But that's what I wanted. I wanted guys that wanted to talk the typology, and or girls too, guys and girls, everybody. I wanted people that sword enthusiasts that wanted to talk the typologies, because I think they get neglected a lot, or they get kind of nonchalantly used to describe swords. Like, oh yeah, look at my Oakeshott Type 18. Well, do you know why it's a Type 18? No, but Abalon said it is, so it's a Type 18. You know, they don't study, they don't understand it, and that's where, you know, that's what I want. But again, this one, I consider the windlass European sword. I know a lot of people consider it a 16. Fuller's way too long to be a 16, even though it does have a general kind of 16 shape. Some people consider it a 12. But then again, oh, it's got the diamond cross section. But really, I mean, when you look at it, what it reminds me of is a 10A or 11. It's a little broad for an 11, but 10A. It's definitely, and even the hilt, because see, that's the other thing. You got to look at the hilt. And this is not a 7, like a lot of people think. It is a, I think I've set off a few tangents so far. Quick, another tangent, we might end up back in a straight line. I know, right? I'm really good at rambling and tangents, so don't feed the monster. It'll go for days. But, you know, this is what I consider a style 1 that's straightened, you know, because it is. It doesn't really have the chamfering. It doesn't have the up curving that technically you would see on a 7, like you would on like a 7 on a Type 14 sword. But anyway, but I mean, it is, because it's windlass and it is kind of wasted. It is a little more of a 7s, but still with the eye pommel and the style 1 curve or style 7 guard. I mean, that's very Norman-esque. And that's why I look at this sword as a Norman sword and not a 14th century sword, because it looks like a Norman sword, but it's windlass. And windlass, back in the 2010s, everything had a diamond cross section. I don't care who it was or what it was. It could be a 10, it could be a 13, it could be a 14. They all had diamonds, whether they had a diamond or not. That's why it's really easy to just say every windlass sword post 2018 is a Type 16 or 16A, because they all pretty much had diamond cross sections. They weren't lanicular, they weren't hexagonal, they weren't hollow ground. Some were hollow ground, but mostly they were just flat diamond, and that's pretty much 1815 territory. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's like, when you describe swords Oakeshott typology wise, technically, if you're too literal, most modern budget swords cannot be classified, because they miss the focus of the typology, which again, if you're doing blade typologies, you're looking at cross section, you're looking at fuller termination, and you're looking at width and length. And those are the 4 aspects you look at with a blade. So fullery, like I said, let's look at this one. Extra long fuller goes 3/4 down the blade length. Now there are only he is the best, but in a good way, LOL. Are we talking about Oakeshott? If we are, we are. Or if we're talking about me, thanks. Make me blush. But anyway, you know, with a lot of, you know, swords, you know, it's like, you know, with these swords, you know, like I said, they're ahistorical because they have the wrong cross section. But everything else kind of matches. The hilt matches. You know, a family A hilt, which is prominently, you know, going to be Norman-esque era, you know, high Middle Ages. And then you have the long fuller. Now, people can say this is a 16, but 16s don't really have 3/4 length fullers. They usually go about half because, again, a 16 is focused on being a cut and thrust blade. So it's meant to thrust and have that rigidity with the diamond, cross section. The fuller is meant to reduce weight and add more cutting preference. So again, with that, now the other thing is kind of the more acute tip, and that makes it lean towards a 12. But then again, okay, well, even if it's a 12, it's still historically a 12 because it's got a diamond cross section, and there are no recorded 12s with a diamond cross section. Because pretty much what is a 12? A type 12 is a type 16 with a diamond cross section. Well, then that falls back into, well, then I guess this is a type 16. But at the same time, I would argue that the fuller termination and just in general just doesn't make it not. And overall, it's very, it's very, I guess you could say, it's just ahistorical. So what do you do? What do you really do with it? And that's where a lot of people, like I said, especially in the olden days, in the 2010s and 2000, that era with myarmory.com in their forum, a lot of people are like, keep those $300 windlass swords away from me because none of them are historically accurate. I'm going to be right back. Just excuse me. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. So anyway, yeah, it kind of, so that's kind of where it gets difficult, especially like I said, most difficult one is this totem, because as I mentioned, initially it has two other swords that share its blade. That is the Great Ouse River Sword from Windlass, and then you have the Henry VIII two-door sword, which is, even though they say it's, I never saw it on the series, correct me if I'm wrong, but Brett Hess said hi. Hey, bud, how's it going? Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. But yeah, now, if you look at this sword, thin, pointy. Now, there's only really two swords in the typology that are this acute. The 15 or 15A and the 17. And so again, what cancels this out as a 15? In many ways, I think the replacement for Oakeshott needs to disconnect cross-section and profile and have them as two different values, specifically because of stuff like the 12 and 14. Well, that's the thing. If you look at it, I mean, honestly, you could cancel out a lot of the typology if you just focused on general profile. It would simplify it. You would, because I mean, if you look at it, again, type 10s are type 10s. They're very distinct. It's one of the few distinct sword types. You can pull out a type 10 and anyone should be able to type 16. See, that's the thing. What's the difference between a type 12 and a type 16? The cross section. And but also what prominently separates them when you get into more like scientific study with carbon dating, you see a difference in time. Type 12s were universally used throughout because it was a very popular sword type. But once you see that diamond cross section and that more acute tip take prominence in the 14th century, especially the later 14th century when the 16 started being developed, and well into the 15th century when it was like prominent, especially with the 18, you don't see lanicular cross-section blades anymore. They were outdated because, again, a diamond cross-section is more stout, it's more thrust-friendly, it's more cut-friendly, it's a general better cross-section than lanicular. Lanicular is flat, it's flexible, and it doesn't make it much fun. you know, for thrusting. It will thrust if it's pointy enough, but it's still not as rigid as a diamond or a thickened diamond, like for example 15As, which or even hexagonal you know, acutes with like the 17, like a traditional 17, that are thick and rigid but flat. And they'll pierce through anything. I mean, they're mean. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched any of my videos on the Royal Armory's 14th century longsword, which is a 15A. It's a thickened diamond, and man, is that sword a monster. That sword just, I mean, of course not, but I like to joke that this thing would, you know, they always say, oh, swords cut through tanks, whatever, katanas. No, you want a tank thrust, something that would pierce a tank or something. I mean, grab that, you know, that Lake Constance 15A. It's just a mean sword. Oh, it's buried. I'll grab it later. I've got enough swords out here anyway. But back to what I was talking about the Toten, it's basically, now, what does it share a blade with? It shares a blade with the Great House River Sword. That's where families come in. They need to be reworked and built with an emphasis on geographic and chronological space that map the rise and fall of weapons used in terms of fashion. Technically, yes, but then again, there was a lot of sword-making hubs, you know, that it's hard to regionally place because there was that's the one thing about Europe. Europe was very connected for what it was. It wasn't as isolated as like Asia. You know, yeah, you had a little bit of play trade between China and Japan and Korea, but mostly they were trying to kill each other or they were bordering each other off from each other. England free traded with you know, the duchies, you know, of Scandinavia, the Orange, you know. France, Germany. Germany wasn't even Germany. Germany was its own. The Orange effigies. Cool sword, but much too flexible for a hollow ground diamond cross section. Not the best heat treatment, and that's kind of a downer with Dark Sword Armory. Now, I don't want to throw Dark Sword Armory in the mud, but you know, you either believe they're made in Canada or you don't. You know. Being unbiased, I'm just going to leave it alone. If anybody wants my personal opinion, ask. I'll answer it. But I don't know. You know, it is what it is. But, you know, back to this Great House River Sword. And one of the mistakes that Windlass used to do, especially in the 2000s, is they'd basically take a photograph of a sword and make a sword out of it, which is actually kind of cool and impressive because they did make pretty nice swords for what they are in the time period that look moderately accurate. But the problem is one thing when you look in the records of the medieval sword, and I'll show you guys right here because I'll get out the book and we'll flip to the 17s, and I will show you the Great House River Sword. And then you guys can tell me. Now you look at that sword. I don't know, hopefully the lighting's good and you can see it well. You see that? You see how the fuller is? And this is a black and white photo, which is what they probably stole. That fuller is, again, a fuller, but if you look at it, it's not a fuller. It's a hexagonal cross section. But in these pictures, it looks like a fuller. And guess what Windlass thought it was? A fuller. So what did they do? They made a big, long fuller that goes all the way down to where the blade transitions for the Type 17. There you go. This isn't a real type. Well, it is, but it is. And it depends. Like I said, this is the thing with modern budget swords. In classifying the Oakeshott typology, if you're going to classify the Toten or the Great House River Sword, you got to classify it as a Type 17 because that's what it is by profile, two-dimensional profile, and by hilt. The model that it's replicating is a Type 17. But again, like I said, with that Great House River picture, and you guys can look it up on Google while you're here, even a color picture of it. There's an article in it in myarmory.com, and you'll see it doesn't have a fuller. It's a hexagonal cross section, just like, you know, this Windlass here. You know, with the Windlass, you know, this is a real 17. And this is the 15th century longsword, which is based off the sword found in the River Thames in England. And it's a transitional hexagonal to diamond traditional type 17. Very popular, very well-known, well-preserved type 17. And you see that hexagonal cross-section. This guy was meant to pierce and thrust and get around armor. That's what it is. Now, none of the Ernstine ones are 14th century fashion with things in production dates, and that's something I've seen in half-length swords I've handled in Glasgow and the Nat Museum of Scotland. Yeah, but see, then again, you got to kind of look at it, and it's difficult sometimes, especially with a lot of the medieval swords because of the wear and tear. Where were they made? Because I'll tell you right now, half of those swords in the Nat are not, you know, they're not Scottish. They weren't made in Scotland. Most of the swords that Scotland used were imported from the Germanic area. You know, Munich was a really popular sword depot. You know, they made swords and they shipped them out. Kind of like today, how we do with India and you know, in Longquan, China. You know, we have these hubs. None of them were made here. Our steel was awful. Well, yeah. And it wasn't necessarily awful. It just, you know, the iron wasn't rich. I mean, the iron was richer in those, you know, in that Central European area, you know, Spain and in northern Italy. That's where the swords were made because that's where the iron was rich. And you even see that in the Franks, you know, with Ulfbert. You know, what made his sword so great? Well, his heating techniques, obviously, he knew how to heat treat a blade properly when nobody could really figure it out at the time period. He got it down to a science. Too much phosphorus in Scottish swords. Yeah. None of them were made here. Our steel is awful. Yeah, you know, and that's true. But then it's the same with most of, you know, Japanese steel. You know, it's pig iron. You know, black sand. Oh, let's heat it up and make it. And it still was, honestly, I know, you know, I don't want to piss off any Japanese fans that are on here, but Tamagahane is still inferior to true Toledo or Italian steel. Steel was the main supplier for ore supply in the Hansa trade routes, but the main masters were Central Europe. They were, yeah, you know, right there in, like I said, what we consider now Northern Italy. Weren't the earthwork swords made from some variety of crucible steel as well? Well, yeah, because that is how they got around soft iron, was doing crucible steel, was doing pattern welding, hammering it together and making it stronger, similar to the Japanese. You take two weaker plates and you hammer them together and forge them together, and they are going to get stronger. So you had pass-out blades shipped up the other to the Hansa traders. Yeah, and that's where most of it is. I mean, honestly, that's what I believe the 17 was. I don't think it was made in England. I think it was made in Italy. I think it was made in, you know, at least, I mean, they don't really know where it was made. But I would say that it was made, you know, at least with my name now. But yeah, you know, I think it was, you know, made in Northern Italy. Solgan doing their own thing with shipping down the rain. So similar markets, but a different route. In Kentucky, it's now my B-day and could not start it off better than listen to a group chat about swords with fellow sword geek. Awesome. Well, happy birthday, Robert. Hopefully you're not too old and you're still in your 20s and enjoying that, especially with the weekend coming up, and you're not an old 40-year-old like me entertaining himself by talking swords on the internet. But I appreciate hanging out with me on your birthday. Absolutely. But, you know, one sword that's, you know, really cool that historically, because I love these Royal Army swords because, you know, they're historically accurate. They're one-to-one replicas. You know, is this guy. And this guy was made in Munich, in the Munich area, you know, and it's just a beautiful sword. And, you know, its intricacies and its details, but you can tell it's very German. But then again, like I said, a lot of swords don't get credited for their marks and their maker marks. And then you had the Brescia and the Milanese industries, and later on Spanish Toledo, so they all each spreading out in different directions down the main river trade routes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what's cool with it. Because that just shows just how industrious again, and how kind of like the European Union, even though it was founded in the modern era. I mean, it still was around. Europe was very, for how much they hated each other, they sure did trade a lot because they needed to. It was survival. They were smart. For all their, they say their ignorance and hate and religion and all that stuff. I mean, market was market. Thank God that Europe was, like I said, industrious and marketist, and had a good sense of, even though a lot of hierarchy was still very capitalist, because if it wasn't, yeah, they'd struggle. They would have all died in the first plague, and none of us would be around that, or at least are of, European descents. But, it just kind of goes to show that instantly recommendation, if you want to study that subject, Power and Profit, the Merchant in Medieval Europe by Peter Sir, brilliant book, makes the subject interesting. I will check it out. I love a good read, and I love to, add to the collection. You can't really see the book collection. You can a little bit when I'm in live video, in my video, because they're a little more spread out. But yeah, so, and I'm not, I'm not, on the live feed, where it kind of makes me do, a portfolio rather than a landscape. But when you're in the landscape, you see over by the knight, see he's kind of my book holder. And I was talking about him a little bit earlier on Reddit, because I was on a Reddit post and chatting with some guys, some other sword guys. And yeah, that knight's actually, if you ever see that knight's got a really cool story. So that my knight was made by my late Uncle Michael. And Uncle Michael made that. There was like a ceramic shop here in my local town, and him and my grandma and my aunt went and they made some porcelain stuff, and he made that knight and painted him. And he's actually a lamp, but the lamp parts broke. And basically, since I was a kid, he passed away in the late 70s in a car accident. But then I was born in, the mid 80s, 84. And, I always had a room in my grandparents, and, since I was a kid, for sleepovers and stuff. And that knight was always in there, and he was always kind of my buddy. He was my knight, I always loved swords and He-Man stuff. And then here I had my own little knight buddy, I'd hang out with in the room. And then eventually, my grandparents, when I became an adult, gave me the knight and said, he's always been yours pretty much anyway. Why don't you take him? So yeah, he hangs out with me in my videos. He's a pretty cool guy. But anyway, yeah, I will check that book out. And like I said, I love books. I love reading. I'm definitely a book read guy as far as my research and stuff. I really did my research, and especially with this Oakeshott Typology and stuff. I really care about it, and it matters to me. And I hope that resonates in my videos and in my content, because it really does. I love the history of swords. I love kind of figuring out and understanding them. One of my big, discussions I had in one of my reviews, that I kind of went off kind of tangent, and it lasted long. Like I said, I will have a review coming out soon of this 14th century hand and a half sword. I have a review for the Royal Armory's Cinqueda, and I have one for the 14th century longsword that I'm editing in process, and kind of it's a due process and getting the editing done. If I can just sit down and focus maybe a day on the editing, I can get them done. I can get them posted, and I'll get one posted next week. But another sword that I was really talking about and interested in review, and I hope you guys checked out the review, because it's an awesome review of this new windlass seneschal, and I really discuss the pommel. Now it's a Type R pommel, which is a globular pommel in the Oakeshott Typology. Not very common on medieval swords, having a full globular pommel. You see more globular pommeled swords on, Renaissance swords. You see like the, like on rapiers, small swords, like I said, globular, right? Here I got a rapier right here. There you go. Globular pommels were definitely more popular in this era of swords. Not so much in the medieval period. They tended to more favor the wheels and the Brazil nuts and the scent stopper style pommels. But anyway, so I was looking at this sword, and one thing that always intrigued me with this sword is that it has kind of a cousin or a sister, I guess you could say, in records of the medieval sword. And it's funny because it's in his appendixes, multiple miscellaneouses, as he calls them. where he just has kind of random swords that he's taken pictures of and seen. But as you can see right here, and I had a better picture of him in the, but hey, he looks pretty damn similar, doesn't he? But the problem is that when you look at this sword and you look at the research of it, it is he assumes that it is a Type 12 blade. It was found Great Ouse River, and then it's at the museum, at least upon posting records, it's in the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology, Downing College, Cambridge. And then you have date 1250. Now, when you look at the seneschal, the French military museum that it's housed in has it dated as 1350. So pretty much 100 years difference. But it's a very same pommel. It's almost like the same guy made it. But he obviously ain't 100 years old, and obviously this pommel isn't that pommel. It's not the same sword. So somebody to have such a distinct, unique looking pommel that's very rare. It's not like there's a bunch of these floating around. I think there's maybe like another one like it. Kind of says something that maybe there was something in common with these swords as far as like a maker or smith. And that's something. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to hit the hey, good night. Good night. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did, and shouting out to Sword Lord or Robert his happy birthday. But anyway, yeah, it's like you sit here and you look at that pommel, and I kind of made a crazy theory, which is pretty accurate for it. If you ever been in Cambridge in summer, I never have. I've never been to Britain, and I'm about as far away from Britain as you can be. I think I'm actually technically closer to Japan than Britain, being in Idaho. But yeah, I would love to go, but and check out all the old museums and castles and stuff. I have a lot of, obviously, not just a lot of English and Welsh, Scottish descendancy. It's kind of I'm basically, if someone was going to hodgepodge my heritage, it's British, a little bit of Irish, a little bit of Scottish, or more prominent Scottish and Welsh. But yeah, anyway, but yeah, so I was looking at that, and I was looking at that sword, and I was like, well, what if these are like kind of like a family's distinct sword? Hey, Freak, all right, good night, bud. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did. Hopefully you learned something. I know it's been kind of rambly, but one of these days these Q&As will be less rambly and more Q&A, but I think I've done my best to answer most of the questions. I know me and JG have kind of, our discussions have been kind of taken over, so I apologize for anyone that has been trying to get a question and maybe feel like they're interrupting. Please do. I mean, if you have a question, go ahead and answer it. We can always get back to what we were talking about later. But in the review, I really talked about how this pommel is very similar. Maybe it's like a family heirloom, and I can't remember at the top of my head the family that I referenced that is from that Cambridge area. But it kind of made sense, especially with a lot of the back and forth with the 100 Years' War going on at that time, that perhaps those families did interact with France, and maybe that's how this sword got in France, is because that son, when he kind of had his sword, which was a 14, and brought it over to from England, that maybe he did. I was saying night to Bree. Oh, you're still hanging out. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Yeah, she's at work. So yeah, she's probably ready to go to bed because she does overnights at her job. But anyway, cool. All right. So yeah, that was a cool theory. I mean, if you want more details, definitely go check out the review, because I go into a lot more detail. But it was just a cool thing, and that's what I love about the typology. If you live in the mountainous area, Cambridge will be like Twilight Zone. Highest point in the entire county is about 30 feet above sea level. It is a weird place. Wow, that is weird, because here in Idaho we're pretty mountainous. So I think I'm like sitting at like 3,000 feet above sea level right now, and we're considered kind of the flatlanders. My original, not my original, because this is my hometown that I moved back to, but when I lived in McCall, which was northern, kind of more central Idaho. They're at about 5,000 feet, and they're definitely more evergreen as far as like the topography. Lots of evergreen forest up there. Oh, you're fine, dude. You are keeping it alive. At least I'm having someone to talk to. I don't think you're being a problem at all. I think you're being great. I think, you know, you're chatting up and keeping the chat alive. I mean, maybe we should mock being mad at each other and we'll spike up like some Jerry Springer attention or something. But yeah, no, it's been great. I've been loving talking to you. You're very well versed. Or do you? It's not natural. I'm interested in type 12, 13th century swords such as shown in the Age of Chivalry. I've never seen a reproduction. And the type 12, 13th century swords such as shown in Sword Age. Well, which sword are you kind of referencing? Like, because, you know, yeah, there's not, you know, and this is something else too. And I hope they're watching. If like Azure Forge is watching, or, you know, any of these Chinese makers, because I have been talking to them about maybe designing a few swords for them that I've studied and stuff with the Oakeshott Typology in the books and seeing, you know, and detailed and gotten detailed stats on is, you know, yeah, kind of seeing, you know, swords that, I guess, you know, kind of that are unnoticed, because, you know, the thing that sucks about with production swords and even historical productions is there's way too many of a specific sword or a certain type, and then it just gets boring. I mean, how many type 18s do we need in the modern production market to be like, yes, we get it, everybody loves type 18s, and it's all about sales, and you want to sell the most swords. But, you know, if you put something unique on the market that people would be interested in, there's not a lot of representation as much as you would think of type 12s, or at least historically accurate type 12s. You know, one of the few is this guy right here, which came out by Balor Arms, which I loved when they brought it out because it's a real tried and true type 12. You don't see a lot of tried and true type 12s in the budget market. I mean, look at that guy. I don't know if Brett, if you haven't seen this sword or you're interested in it, definitely check it out. If you can't, Balor Arms doesn't sell this one anymore. But I believe that if you look at Honshu and the OTCs, I believe they do have a variant of it. The advanced pattern pommels and down pointing quillions are my kind of design. The advanced patterns. So what you're talking about is that you're more interested in like the Kawwood sword. So like you like that more intricate, like Viking style pommel. Is that what you're talking about with the type 12s? Are you looking at those more, you know, like I said, I guess, let's see here. I got one in here that might be a good example for you. Like these guys here, like these with kind of the more Viking style pommels and the down point and quillion. So you like those types, right? And, you know, and honestly, with these types of swords, there's not a whole lot of them, really. You know, I mean, there's some, but I mean, a lot of the argument is that, you know, these Viking styles, you know, I mean, Oakeshott has, yes, Viking style pommels, bingo. Okay, yeah, you know, and that's the thing that, you know, kind of convolutes, kind of, I guess, was the Viking style still kind of prominent in the 11th century? Yeah. But it wasn't as substandard. And you got to realize that if it was, it normally was region-based. So, you know, you see a lot of the swords that were like Saxon, so English, or you would see like Scandinavian, like Danes and Norse, the you know, Norway that had those pommel styles, and they'd find swords with those pommel styles. I mean, but the difference is their build. And let's see, I have the perfect example here with this guy. Now, this is technically a Peterson Type Z. It's made by Windlass, so again, it's somewhat ahistorical because technically You know, it's ahistorical, of course. It's got that diamond like all the older windlasses has. It's got a really cool, nice Damascus blade. Now, here's one detail. The cowwood is probably 11/12, but it's still used in the inlay on, say, effigies in the 14th, 15th century. Well, yeah, because, you know, and that's the thing is that with Oakeshott, he believed that there was a resurgence for Viking-style pommels. Now, the difference is what you have is you have what's known as a type M. So you're saying that like there's style M's that are two-part? But I mean, if there is, there is. I mean, especially if they were trying to make something a little more traditional. I mean, yeah, I could see that. But I mean, that's something that, like, just for shits and giggles, I like to argue with this. You know, this is technically a Peterson type Z, but it's not, because it's not two-part. And it's a solid thing. So technically, it's a style M or a type M pommel. And, you know, and that's kind of an argument that you could have with, you know, because it's technically, it's, I mean, you know, you wouldn't historically date this anyway because it's a modern replica. But yeah, the coward is superb. Yeah. And, you know, and a lot of that is just, you know, it's almost like the way I've read about it, and I don't really have anything to directly reference right now, but a lot of what I have kind of studied and referenced on those later Viking style hilts on like type 12s and stuff is what is considered an opinion of a resurgence of Viking style, like kind of like us, like how we, like, you know, hey, you know, we're gonna dress like the 80s or something, you know, and there was something that was going on, you know. It's kind of like with like the Japanese in the you know, in the Meiji era, where they, what really makes two far style M's where we've got finds in copper alloy of 1/2, and the worst bit is the finds have been stripped of their archaeological context. Well, that sucks, you know. Like I said, I haven't really focused much on type M's because there isn't really a lot to really, it's not like it really comes out to you. You really got to like dig and search. Obviously, I need to look more into type M's because it's obviously, I've just kind of blew them off. It's just, oh, they look like Vikings. It was like, you know, a resurgence of Viking look, whatever, move on. But if there's a lot of intricacies to it, I mean, obviously, it's worth referencing and checking out. I'll have to check out more on the M's because I've just kind of always blown them off as, well, they're Viking lookalikes. You know, they're solid pommel Viking lookalikes. That's how I've always seen it. But if they are two-piece, that's actually interesting. But then again, how many of those two pieces are actually two-piece hilts that were carried over and put on maybe like a new blade or something, just to like to remember grandpa or great grandpa, the Viking lord or something, you know, or the jarl, you know. It's hard to speculate. To sword lord, what really makes a Viking sword and Norman sword? Like, what makes them different? Primarily just hilt. Because the Normans, well, see, here's the other thing. It's blade length and hilt. Because Normans were cavalrymen. They rode horses. And that was primarily their main battle tactics, was they were horsemen. When you look at a Viking sword, can it be used on a horse? Yeah, any sword can be used on a horse. Gallop, gallop, slash, slash. But you look at it, the blade is broader, and it's not short, but it's not long either. I mean, just to reference, I will get this. Now, this is the other thing that I call this, why I call this more of a Norman sword too, is hilt to hilt. Look at the blade length difference. It's about 3 inches of blade length difference. This is about 33 inches, technically 32 3/4 if I'm being exact. This one's shorter. Now, what we learn with Norman era swords, which were like 10A, 11A, 12s, they were longer in blade. For the most part, 12s tended to be average, shorter, but 10As and 11s were long blades. 11s were technically some of the longest blades. And well, yeah, you know, that's something that, like, it'd be cool. You know, hell, maybe there's a university that wants to give me a grant to go study stuff. I mean, that would be awesome. You know, a big midnight wish in the middle of June. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Why aren't we researching? Why? I guess nobody cares. I mean, it would be awesome. And maybe us as like sword enthusiasts or sword tubers, maybe we need to be making the right emails and the right phone calls and say, hey, History Channel, hey, College of, you know, whatever. If we want to research swords and we have the will, give us some money. We'll go research swords. Heard people talk Norman and Viking swords, so if they're interchangeable, but I see they aren't. They're really not, and that's because the ignorance of a lot of people when they simplified Normans as Vikings, as like descendants of Vikings. That's always what the Normans are said, and it's true. You know, Rollo was a Viking. Was he as prominent a Viking as in Vikings, the TV show? Was he the son of, or not the son, but the brother of Ragnar Lothbrok, and was he Rollo Lothbrok, and were they brothers, and they held hands and they Vikinged, and then Rollo decided to, I want to go live in France and blah blah blah. No. Hundreds of years between them, but the real ones, the historically ones anyway. But no, Rollo was a Viking that got smart and realized, you know, it's easier to cultivate land than try to take it over, because then everybody's going to want to take it back. So he made a deal with, kind of like the Viking show showed, he made a deal with the Franks or the French. Hey, if you give me a plot of land in the north, not only will I quit raiding you and sacking your cities, but I'll keep all the other Vikings out. And that's kind of how Normandy and the Normans did. And they kind of explain that in the Vikings TV show. They simplify it to high hell, but overall, that's kind of what happened. So the big thing with the Normans is the Normans accepted Christianity. Very Christian. Enough to, and a lot of people speculate, were they really religious? Did they really believe in Jesus? Or did they just see the opportunity of utilizing and capitalizing through the church? Thanks. I couldn't recall the islands. They might be some others. I don't know. That's why I'm here. Awesome. Cool. But, you know, it's like when you look at the Normans in a nutshell, yeah, I mean, it's kind of what they did. You take the tenacity of the Viking and you mix it. Every time I hear Rollo, Warren Zevons, Roland the Headless Thompson, Dennis starts playing that. Nice. But you have Normans, you know, when you got the Normans, you got that tenacity of the Vikings, and then you have the chivalry, the chivalry of the Franks, the horse, the knight, and you merge those together, and you get almost like the best of both worlds, I guess you could say, as far as military goes, as far as a warrior or a soldier goes, because you have the best of both worlds. You have this knight on a horse that will just rip you alive. And that's why the Normans were so successful. But they learned early on that the church owned land. And when you own land, land matters. And so, yeah, they went and they went Vikinging in their own way, because what they did was they made a deal with the church, and they basically said, okay, church peoples, however you want to word it, they basically said, we will build you cathedrals if you allow us, basically give us the thumbs up to, It's which is one of the wee islands near in Islay. Most of the significant writing empties are from there. The other ones got badly damaged. But yeah, it's like, you know, with the Normans, they kind of, yeah, so they said, okay, well, okay, we'll build you cathedrals, we'll build you churches and priories and stuff, and then we'll, you know, we'll take over the land, but we'll take it over in the name of the church. And the church was like, all right, cool, because we get more land and you get to rule it and enforce it, whatever, you know, and that's kind of how it was. I mean, that's kind of how, you know, William taking England was. He basically said, you know, I can run it better and I want it, so I'm going to go take it. And, you know, the church didn't argue because they weren't really a fan of the Saxon families at the time. And they were like, yeah, get rid of them. Who cares? But, you know, and that's obviously just a very vague and undescriptive history of that, but still same difference. You know, but that's where I get at. The Norman sword was cruciform, long crossguard, and, you know, was meant to be used on horse. And that's kind of where you see that blade length come in, that extra blade length come in, like on the 11s. It's a cavalry sword. It's a two-edged cavalry sword. And that's literally what the 11 is. And even the Normans and the Crusaders that used got baptized 10 times traveling around. Why? Because you got a new shirt when you got baptized for free. There you go. See, and that's the thing. There's a lot of people, especially people that are into religion today, you know, will kind of look at religion as it was almost like more authentic back in the day, which I guess I can get, but at the same time, no, there was charlatans and, you know, naysayer, you know, just like there is today, you know, I mean, and there was always people working an angle with the church or something, you know, it's just like today, you know, how many people take advantage of churches to get a free meal, and they don't care. They'll sit there and listen to the Bible, but really all they want is their bowl of soup. And, you know, and that pastor's so excited and, you know, we'll see you next time, see you later. And this guy's like, yeah, thanks for the toilet paper and the soup, and I'm out of here, you know. Oh, yeah, absolutely. People are people. You know, have we gotten smarter with time? I think so. But yeah, things are still the same. You know, it's just different. Everything's the same, just different clothes, different, you know, we're human. We're going to act the same regardless. I don't care. In 100 years, they're going to be looking at us thinking that we were a bunch of idiots, just like we thought they were a bunch of idiots 100 years ago ourselves. And gosh, you know, why would they think that way and this and that? And, oh, we were so smart. We were so this and that. And then the next person would be like, yeah, they're effing stupid, you know? Oh, hell no, we're just as dumb. We are. I mean, everybody's just as dumb because we're human. It's just, for as much as technologically, oh yeah, we're way more advanced. But as far as like civilly, I guess you could say, I would agree. Yeah, we're not any better. We still have the same quirks and fears and things. Yeah. And that just comes with time, you know, and teaching, you know, and that's, I'm back to swords because we're supposed to be talking about swords anyway. That's another thing that sucks. And this is why I think that, you know, I mean, sometimes Japanese swords get more credit than European swords. And it's because Japanese swords, there's a lot more information and readily available information and historical examples to research and touch and hold and all that. The Japanese are very traditional with their samurai and their katana and their martial arts. Europeans, not so much, because we were more industrious. We didn't have centuries of tradition regarding the sword. I mean, we did, but we didn't, because the sword changed, you know. I mean, because what's a sword? You know, here we got swords, you know, here's I mean, it's an accurate example, but Greek Xiphos from the BCs, you know, and you know, so yeah, so that's a sword, no different than this sword. And a lot of Europeans don't, and a lot of European archaeologists don't see an honest difference. I mean, a sword's a sword to them. It was a sword, and it didn't matter if it was a rapier or a gladius or a xiphos or a arming sword, long sword. A sword was a sword. Big deal. I mean, it is what it was. And I think that's where the Japanese, they gave more shits, I guess you could say. They definitely gave more shits about their sword tradition. Because, this guy, by the time anybody would have given a shit about this guy as far as like being like, oh, maybe, historical artifact, or, ooh, this is special. I mean, people were still using swords, so it's like, I don't want to use that big clunky thing. I want to use this because, ooh, it's thin and pointy and fast, and it protects my hand, and it's pretty, and it's new, and it's now. And, and this is what it was. I want the extra reach and everything, and I want to be able to thrust and do everything, and that's kind of the synopsis of it. That's what they wanted, and that's just kind of what it boils down to. It's, this is old, throw it away, or smelt it down and make me a rapier, or make me a short sword. I don't want that anymore. Or, hey, if I did, hell, I'll put a basket on it and make it a modern sword, and then next, you got a Scottish, basically a Scottish basket hilt, which is a, more traditional double-edged broadsword. They call them broadswords, but we know them as, arming sword blades. I think to remember, the swords are a reflection of society. You can use the sword to define their values and the mindset of the maker and the user. To an extent, yeah. And, and that's where I've always looked at Europe. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I've always looked at Europe. If I was going to essay Europe as far as swords, it was just going to be swords were industrious. There was not a lot of tradition and value to that as far as that, because swords were constantly evolving and advancing. That's why the Oakeshott typology is so varied, from the type 10 to the type 22. There's so much difference and variety in just 1,000 years of swords. And most of those swords, stuck around for a couple hundred years, and you start looking at it that way, it does. It makes more sense that, Europe, because you think about it, okay, so if we look at the Sengoku period, the warring states of Japan, when the samurai gained prominence, and then Tokugawa took over, and you see the Tokugawa Shogunate take over for the next, couple hundred years, and you had samurai, and you had katana or uchi katana. That stayed the same. That would almost be like if, let's say, Emperor Charles and the Holy Roman Empire basically conquered Europe and basically said, okay, Europe is Germany, or the Holy Roman Empire, and it's all that. There's no more England, there's no more France, there's just Europe. And he basically said, and everybody, I decree, everyone will throw away their cannons, they'll throw away their matchlock, flintlock matchlock rifles and all that. And their bombs and their black powder is banned. You can use a lance, you can use a sword, you can use a dagger, you can use a mace, you can use a warhammer, all the knightly chivalrous weapons. You can be chivalrous, but you cannot be anything else. Anything else is deemed unchivalrous, and you will be executed. And everybody used a sword. Everybody wore armor. And the knight was the European samurai. And that tradition stuck around from the 1400s to the ass end of the 1800s. What would Europe be like? Where would Japan be? Japan would still be who they are. Japan would probably be completely different, because the Dutch and everybody that traded with them during the 15th century, during the Sengoku era, where would they be? Japanese swords are also a reflection of an aspect of their society, which is rigid structure. Well, yeah, but that rigid structure was based on that dictatorship. So what if Europe had the same dictatorship that was based on, rather than Bushido, was based on chivalry and knighthood, and knights and lords and barons became, the society archetype, and all the peasants and all the serfs followed the knights, and they had no say, no objection. There was no, markets are markets for markets in Japan. That's the bonus of capitalism, I guess you could say, when it comes to even the medieval world. Money always thrives, property always thrives. But if basically for the next 400 years, 300 years, all you saw was this in Europe up until the 1900s, you got to think about it, that's just 150 years away from where we are right now. We wouldn't be nowhere where we are. Japan wouldn't be where it was. Japan wouldn't have been where it was in the Sengoku period because Nobunaga would never have won battles without rifles. Rifles he got from the Dutch. So again, history without industry, without European industry, the world would not be where it is. Technologically advanced. I don't think I'd be talking to you right now on a cell phone, doing a live feed on YouTube if it wasn't for Europe being industrious. That's just my opinions and my theories. If we were using this in Europe, I don't think we would. Okay. Because we're going 14th century, yeah, obviously America was discovered and people were going to America. Could possibly America have been industrious and just said, F you, Europe, and we're heading across the ocean, kind of like the Pilgrims did anyway? It's possible. I honestly, I think it would. I think, but in some ways, yeah, all right, so I already read that. I think maybe America would be the only place that was industrious, and then maybe America would have traded with Europe and traded with Japan and said, hey, yeah, we invented guns and all this other cool shit. You want some? We made a train. You want to ride a train? You want to show us how you build tracks in an engine? kind of like we did with how Europe and everybody did with Japan when they turned their industrious here. With the empire. With the Meijis. But yeah, it's like, what would happen? And Europe would have been significantly different if it didn't have that industrial era in the 17th, 18th century. Things would have been completely different, especially if it was under a totalitarian empire. I have always found the amount of preservation of Japanese swords being more prominently interested, reflecting on their culture, treating blades more like a soul and less like a tool. Absolutely. And that's just that industrious period from Europe to Europe. This is a tool to the European that's meant to be disposed of when it's broken and unused. There's no real, for everybody, we're talking chivalry and swords. Yeah, did swords have sentimental value to knights and stuff? Absolutely. But when it was time to move on, it was time to move on. You didn't see, because if we saw more of that in Europe, I guess you could say, of my father's sword, like, in Japan, in the Japanese, kind of ideology, then yeah, you would see more Type 12s in the 16th century. This was my father's sword, and he used it in the Crusades, and his father used it, when, it just would just keep going. I guess I skipped ahead way too much, but, let's see, my father used it in the 100 Years' War, and his father used it in the Crusades, and now I will use it to sack Spain from the, from the Muslims, whatever, I mean, if there was more of that, I could see it. But if society was rigid in its original evolution, that doesn't just include swords; it includes shipbuilding. And then the question is, would Western Europeans have crossed the Atlantic? Probably not, because again, shipbuilding. Well, I mean, ships. Because we're talking 14th century, because technically Europe had already built ships at that point. But then again, like I said, I guess knights were already outdated by, to an extent, that later 14th century anyway. I mean, they were still there, but it was still different. You know, it's funny how, but I suppose what most was reserved for peacetime eras. I say we don't have more wartime blades preserved. Well, that's true too. And the other thing is as we know, with swords, with steel, wear and tear, you know, breaks. So since Europe definitely was more at war and, you know, prominently throughout, yeah, the swords were used more. Armor was bent, you know, I mean, you know, in that peacetime era, as they like, I don't really consider Japan peace time. It was more iron fist military dictatorship. But at the same time, yeah, it was like, yeah, nobody was having open war. There was open wars all over Europe. From, you know, there was still crusades going on. There was, you know, warring states in Italy. There was, you know, like I said, England had like 2 civil wars in that time frame. You know, there was a lot going on. So yeah, overall, to answer, I think that's why Europe was so industrious, was because they didn't have a time to kind of take a break. And that goes with shipbuilding too. I think exploration and all that just comes from just how wealthy Europe was. Because that's the other thing. It's not like the Japanese didn't have ships. They just didn't want to go anywhere, you know. I mean, if the Japanese weren't so secular and enclosed in their culture and society, they easily could have navied just like Europe. The capacity for oceanic the 14th century and 15th century perils are a big jump. So would societal stagnation or rigid structure allow the intervention innovation? I doubt it. Well, yeah, not in like the 1300s, like actual 14th century, but in like the 1400s, you know, obviously, you know, 15th century Columbus stuff, later 14th century, you had that. But yeah, no, you wouldn't see them crossing, you know, large oceans with the ships of the 12th and 13th century. I mean, they sailed the seas around, you know, because you had ships going to, you know, you know, to the Middle East. I guess I'll generalize it, but I was just, you know, Tancred. You had the, you know, Tancred port and everything. But you know, yeah, but plus there was a lot of fatalities on the sea in that, you know, in the medieval period. You know, a lot of ships sunk because they just couldn't handle the torridness of the oceans. Until you started seeing those 15th century ships that could handle it, and even still, those weren't, you know, foolproof. So the fact that Europe was so focused in the 15th century to travel, well, yeah, and, you know, Mediterranean. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I guess I had my blonde moment of divide feed. I was trying to think Mediterranean. I couldn't even think of it, but anyway, yeah, it was. You know, the routes were very coastal and sea to sea rather than open ocean, and, you know, yeah, I don't think that they could have. I think that if in the late 14th, early 15th century, if Europe did, oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that the pilgrims and all that did come to Europe, you know, and I know the pilgrims is a generic ahistorical statement, but I'm just using it to generalize. When they did come over, even Columbus and them, when they came over, it was kind of a rare anomaly, because, I mean, how many other voyages didn't even survive? That was the thing. And it's kind of shocking and surprising. But anyway, yeah, it's like, you know, that's crazy for the 1500s, 80%. Yeah. Well, you got to think about it. A lot of it was just illness. I mean, I want you to think about having about, what, even lowball, a couple hundred people on one ship that's about, you know, the square footage of a, you know, I mean, ships are pretty big, but still it's like the actual general space that people can dwell is pretty small. The illness, I mean, there's no running water, there's no sanitization, there's no, you know, antibacterial, antibiotic soaps or anything like that. You're not, you know, what are you doing? You're shitting off the deck and you're not even washing your hands, and then you're going to go and you know what? Go, oh yeah, here, hold on, before I get everyone their order of salted pork, I'm going to go. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm going to, yeah, crew of 120 men returning from the voyage was entirely typical. Yeah, absolutely, because they were all basically dying, you know. I mean, they get sick. I mean, think of how easy we get sick today. We still get sick. I mean, raise your hand if you've had a cold this year, you know. I mean, I was you know, just for some personal information, I'm going to toot my own horn here for a minute, but you know, I was a smoker since I was, you know, in my teenage years, you know, 18, 17, 18, you know, started smoking. And I just quit this year, this spring. I had my last cigarette and at the end of February, early March. And so, yeah, so March, February, March, May, June. So, yeah, it's been almost 4 months. Yeah, February is when I officially quit. So almost 4 months of quitting smoking. Thanks, bud. And after 20 years of smoking, and, you know, honestly, hell, shit, cold, that's what got me. I mean, I got bronchitis so bad this late winter into winter, man, it scared me into quitting smoking. And I've always been a pretty athletic guy. I mean, I got a little pounds on me now from quitting smoking. It's no lie. You quit smoking, you're going to gain 20 pounds. Oh yeah, I'm done. I haven't wanted a cigarette. People can smoke around me. I don't even want one. I mean, when I set my mind to quitting, that's the thing. If I'm going to give anyone some quick quitting advice as far as quitting smoking, two things. Number one, the oral asphyxiation that you think stuck in your head, no, it's bullshit. Because that's what I was always scared of. Because I was always the smoke break guy. Because I'm a reader, I'm a thinker, you know, I'm a talker. I mean, honestly, if I was still a smoker, these live feeds, I would want to light up. And I'd probably get kicked off of YouTube for smoking online. But I'd want to smoke and talk to you guys about swords. That's what I did. You know, I was, career-wise, I've been a bartender for years. I've been in sales for years. And, you know, have a cigarette, talk your talk, boom, boom, you know. The oral asphyxiation is bullshit. Once you get on like the pad, don't do the gum either. The gum's nasty. It gives you heartburn, and it doesn't fix that ideal of the oral asphyxiation. What you need to do is what I did, and maybe it doesn't work for everybody. I'm going to give you my advice. Get on the patches, the step 3 patches, the Nicoderm patches, and depending on how much you smoke, get on 1 or 2. Hey, main reason I'm up at 6 a.m. is because I've had a stinking cold all week and can't sleep because I've torn muscles in my ribs sneezing. Exactly. That's what did me. I got so bad. I swear to God, I broke a rib. My girlfriend who was on earlier, Brianna, I mean, I was like at the doctor and I talked to my doctor and he said, yeah, you separated your ribs. You had a light fracture in your ribs. There ain't nothing we can do about it. But I'll tell you right now, 3 months ago, I could barely move. I was dying. I was literally dying in pain. And the mix of that and the bronchitis just scared me to quitting. I'm like, if this is anything what like lung cancer and emphysema is, I don't want it. And I especially don't want it in my 60s and 70s. I want to be healthy. I'm lucky I'm, you know, as healthy as I am in my early 40s as I am, you know. I'm still blonde and, you know, still kind of pretty, I guess. And yeah, I'm not old. And because I remember my aunts and uncles and my other family members, my dad, when they hit 40, man, they were rough. And I'm pretty lucky with that. But anyway, but yeah, no, the cold, that's what got me to quit. But like I said, back to my smoking, get on the patch and follow the patch rules. Do like a month each of each patch, you know, and just work yourself down and just forget about it. Give you something else to do. You know, you love your swords, polish some swords, wrap some sword handles, do a YouTube, something. Get your mind off wanting to go out and have a cigarette, and it'll go away, and it'll work. I mean, if you talked to me a year ago and you told me I'd be quitting smoking right now, I'd say you're full of shit. I'm like, I ain't gonna quit, you know, because I wanted to quit for a few years, but that's the step two. You've got to have the mindset that you want to quit. If you don't have it in your head you want to quit, you're not going to quit. And no patch, no hypnotist, no magic spell is going to make you quit unless you personally and your person want to quit. But anyway, that was my thing. But back to my sickness thing and thing with JG here. Have that cold, have that bronchitis 500 years ago, and you're a dead man. You're not surviving that. The minute you get that wet cough, you got about a week to live. Especially if the doctors come see you and they want to start prodding and pricking you and bleeding you out and shoving horse manure up your nose because the humas will kill you and all this bullshit. Yeah, you're dead. And think about it on a ship. Dysentery, like Swordlord said, dysentery. Think about having dysentery on a ship with 100 other men, and you're sitting there shitting all the water out of your body off the side of the boat, looking at the water in the boat, outside the boat, and you can't even freaking drink it, and all you want to do is chug water, and they're rationing your water because we only have so much to last us till we get to our destination 1,000 leagues away. So tough shit, you're sick, and you need about a gallon of water a day to survive. And, you know, it's like, yeah, exactly, nightmare, you know. And then, you know, guess what? If you made common sense, oh, you know, doctor, I'm sorry, sir, I don't feel like you should be sticking me with that big tube needle and bleeding me out a quart of my blood. You're a heretic. Don't want us to bleed you? You love the devil. Get up on the stake and get burnt. Have fun. You know, I mean, that's just, it sucked. Mortality, it sucked. And having shat your insides out, you then go back to preparing the food for others without washing your hands. Exactly. That's what I said earlier. That's just how it is. You know, and now they all have dysentery. They all have your flu symptoms because you're contagious and you're passing it around. Oh, but like I said, got to hit the hay. Good talk. Yeah, you too, Brett. Thanks for coming around. Be sure to, you know, check out, subscribe, check out the rest of the channel. I plan on doing one of these maybe once or twice a month. Now that I learned to make them work after, you know, 2 hiatuses. But yeah, definitely. Thanks, Brett. And yeah, we'll see you around. So yeah, have a good one. But yeah, it just, you know, that's the thing, you know, all these damn swords, I got all these swords in front of me and you know, and it's like, you think about it, we focus on the fun stuff with medieval history because that's where we'd like to be. But honestly, I mean, we really got to appreciate where we live and how we live. I mean, you know, it's this right here. I mean, yeah, it's soda pop because I got me a Mountain Dew with a hamburger earlier, but we can just drive and go get that. And you know, yeah, it's like, what did you have to do for half a cup of clean water 500 years ago, you know? And here we are bitching that, oh, our water tastes funny in our sink, you know? And yeah, it kind of does. And I'm not saying, you know, that's a whole nother ball game of chemicals in the water system and all that. But yeah, if I want water, I go get it right now. Hold on, guys, while I get up from my live feed video and I pour water. Now let's go back in time and tell William Marshall what we're going to be doing in 600 years. And he can be like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You know, it's like, what are you guys talking about? Video? What's a video? Oh, well, I take a device and I record myself. Well, what's recording? Oh, well, it's where I take footage of what we're doing right now, and I create a live image of it that replays so you can watch it. Okay, well, how do you do that? I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, that's all. This is the thing with alcohol. And it's why, it's like, well, why was everyone religious in the medieval period, but they were all getting shit faced? Well, because alcoholic drinks were sterile, and you could drink it without getting sick. The biggest misconception of the movies is going down to the stream and having a drink. Nobody fucking did that back then either. You'd get just as sick as you did now, because there's just as many bugs and bacteria in the water as there wasn't some clear, cool water. I mean, if you had like some underground well source, but yeah, alcohol and it kills everything. Alcohol, so you drink it, and it makes you feel funny, and woo, it was a win-win. We're not getting sick. We drink too much of it, and then we throw up. But we only throw up for a day rather than here and die of it. So yeah, drink more alcohol. Little did they know they were destroying their livers. So by the time they were 50, they had liver failure, and they were just dying in pain, and they didn't know what the fuck was going on. But he's pissing black, so his humors are Lucifer lean, so he must have been worshiping the devil when he was 20, and we never knew it. So take his land and burn him at the stake. It's a win-win for everybody. But but that's what I mean. There's so much about medieval history that's fun. And yeah, we focus on the simple stuff like swords and stuff, and that's one of the biggest arguments too that I always have with people is, we have these Oakeshott typologies and these classifications. It's how we relate to swords. But for the most part, a lot of people back in the day, I mean, there is that argument. I know, I just forgot their names, but they're on YouTube too. It's the Hima guys that, they do like little shorts, and they kind of, they're working on funny. Sometimes they say ignorant stuff, and I argue with them. I like them, but yeah, I like to point out sometimes their ignorance. But it's like, like they were arguing like, well, a sword was just a sword, yada yada, and yeah, technically, but no, they still had descriptions for things. It's not like they were idiots. Sword arts, yeah, those guys are cool. I like them. I've argued comments. They never reply, so obviously they're either ignoring me or they don't care. But yeah, I've never left anything nasty. Just like, hey, I think you're simplifying something a little too much. Yada yada yada. Jocko Beans, howdy, how's it going, Jocko? Nice to meet you. You're a new name that I've never noticed before. So thanks for joining and chiming in to the comments. But yeah, they were like talking about, well, a sword was just a sword, but no, that's not really, because one of the big things that, I researched and I did a whole video on was arming swords. Arming swords was there's a definition for the name arming sword, and it comes from the 13th century, and it was from, disarming, the arm. You had the, I think I might have talked about this in the last live feed, so I don't want to go too far detail, but you had the Germans with their long sword, with their war swords just like this, and they were overhead striking, and the distance and the reach was keeping the French at bay. The French just had their little short 14s and 15s, and they couldn't match the length and the reach of the big, bad, long sword war swords. So they were, fake burn was one of the post-medieval thing. Mostly part of the reason for it was a reaction to the reinformation and such a threat to this period. Well, absolutely, yeah, and that's all it was. That's all most of the religious control was anyway, is that when people ask questions, they figure out that you might be full of shit and that you're doing stuff maybe a little more self-interest than you want to lead on, which ironically isn't much different than today's politics anyway. It's like, hey, wait a minute. It's kind of like insurance, It's like, well, am I paying for insurance? But insurance never pays anything for me, the same difference, And that's just, that's how it's always played with that. But details too much. And did I miss a comment? Let's see. Can't deep dive in the details too much with the shorts, though. That's true. But then at the same time, if you're trying to leave a point, I can leave a point in a 3-minute short. Maybe nobody wants to watch a 3-minute short, but I can. So, and that's the other thing is that if you're trying to just have fun with something, just have fun with it. Who cares? If you're trying to be funny, be funny. It's like I was joking with Matt. Hey, I'm a residential appraiser, so a lot of property law regarding values and taxes comes from jargon used during the feudal era. Absolutely. Where do you think all the trades and the in the union? I mean, a lot of the reason, when we look, guilds, unions. What's the difference? You had your stonemasons, you had your merchants. There was all these guilds that are associated with medieval times, and that's what it was. And it was a monopoly. Capitalism under a king. And as long as you gave the king what he wanted, or the lord what he wanted, which was taxes, whatever left was yours. But most importantly, laws regarding deeds and titles still survive from that area. Well, and that's what was good, because that was the difference. Like I said, the difference between a peasant and a serf. What was the difference between a peasant and a serf? Well, a serf was technically a slave. They had a landlord or lord that dictated where they lived, and they lived for that lord, and they worked for that lord, and they got to live on his land. They didn't own their land. The lord owned their land. Kind of like us renting, it don't matter if we're in an apartment or a house. If we're renting, we have a landlord, and they can basically tell you what you can do on their property. You can have a pet, you can't have a pet. You can have a car in the lawn, you can't have a car in the lawn. Thinking of guilds makes me think of messers, how knife makers could make messers and not swords. Yeah, that's true. And that's why messers kind of became prominent. But then again, like I said, the double-edged sword, the chivalrous knightly sword, was for knights. It was for nobles, and that was the thing, that when you get in that long shank era, that mercenary era, if it worked, it worked. You'll definitely appreciate reading Power and Profit for this stuff. All right, yeah, like I said, I'll check out that book. So yeah. Took my mic. I just had like a glitch, I think. True, but most taxes are on the commodities grown on the land. The term fee comes from the counting head of cattle for taxes, which is a crucial source of income. Well, yeah, and that's the thing with taxes. I mean, the thing with taxes is that as a society, we all need things. That's why I'm not opposed to paying taxes to an extent, if the taxes have a purpose. But that's the thing is that with modern politics stuff, taxes have went so far off, we don't even know what the fuck we're doing anymore with it. But for the most part, with a lot of when you look at it from that more simple and medieval time, it's like, well, what was the main tax for? The main tax was to support the castle, keep the castle functioning. And what was the point of the function of the castle? For protection. Because, no, you're good, bro. You're good. We're having some fun. We're almost kind of at the tail end of it anyway. We don't. And they won't tell us. And if you ask questions, you get silenced because you're asking questions. And that doesn't make sense. But then again, like I said, we've kind of done it to ourselves, because my generation, that late Gen X, millennial, I guess you could call them, has really gotten lazy when it comes to like voting and politics. You'd be surprised how many, I'm not into local politics, but I have a friend that just was elected county commissioner, and here in locally, and I mean, you look at the vote count, and it's kind of like view counts on YouTube. You know, it's like there's 1 million people watching YouTube, but then again, only 100 people watch my video. It's like, it doesn't make sense. You know, how come only 100 people watch my video, but 1,000 people watch his video, yada, 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 back and forth, back and forth. Well, it's just because obviously people aren't clicking on it. And the same is with voting. Well, there is evidence of blade makers making both swords and messer blades, so the entire subject as well. Let's just say I'm not sure there's clear document on one way or the other. There's not. It's just, you know, it's kind of like Japanese. You know, I mean, you know, to own a katana, you had to be a samurai, and you know, could you do a shoto? Could you have a wakizashi or a kento? Absolutely. And if it was in shikomazumi or you know, non-traditional koshire, more power to you. You know, nobody gave a shit what you had. You had a knife to protect yourself, basically, or a short katana. It was still the same blade. It's just you can't be a samurai. You got to be a samurai to have it in a traditional saira and suba and naramaki koshire or whatever, you know. But anyway, that aggressive, same thing, kind of like with the messers and the katzbalgers and stuff like that. Those types of swords, those mercenary swords, you know, in that you know, 16th, 15th century, it was like kind of, you know, prominent that way, to where they were more, you know, utilitarian swords or civilian swords. Because that's the other thing, you know, not to diverge back to the politics, because, yeah, maybe I'll do a Dynamo politics channel. We'll talk politics one of these nights. But let's focus back on swords while we have time to talk about swords. One thing that a lot of people don't realize that I love to bring up that doesn't get brought up enough, and this goes back to the war sword to the long sword argument. What's the difference prominently between a war sword and a long sword? One's a civilian weapon. One's a war weapon. And they are different because, again, a war sword or a sword meant for war was meant for war. You didn't carry it around on your hip around town. I mean, you could, sure, but it wasn't its purpose. Its purpose was meant for war. You took it into war. And that's why most knights wore their arming sword or their, you know, single-handed sword. You know, and when you see that, there's similar to Gladiator or Dao made in Rome and Han China and Italy, they were nice made blades, for them many were mass produced. Well, yeah, and you know, and that's kind of, you know, not everybody had a sword. Swords were expensive, you know, especially in the medieval period. You know, it wasn't cheap to have a sword. You know, I mean, I've read and seen research where, you know, they kind of hypothesized that, you know, buying a sword or a suit of armor back in the medieval period was like us buying a car, you know. And you think about it, because a sword isn't that much expensive today. I mean, hell, this is a nice sword. It's only like $300, $400. So carry laws tended to be by length. We have surviving measures in the Vener and which are specifically made to look like knives. See, and that's the thing. And the same with the Japanese, because the merchants could use a shoto or a wakizashi. It just couldn't be in traditional koshire. And then when the marketers kind of, in that later Edo period, when kind of the Meiji started kind of evolving and taking over, they could have koshire if they were wealthy enough, because a wealthy merchant had just as much prominence as a mid-class samurai as far as government influence, and sometimes even greater. Merchants, that capitalism, because money always matters, and gold always glitters, and it always, you know, and everybody wants it. So if you're sitting there and you have your shogun or your daimyo, and you're, hey, you know, I really like you, so I'm going to give you, you know, this amount, whatever. Yeah, you're going to get privileges. And most of the intricate wakizashi that are found Japanese-wise, like in Japanese, you know, antiquity, are merchant blades. They're not samurai blades. They're not even They're not even the blades of lords or swords of lords. They're merchant swords. I mean, the martial ethic in early modern Germany, civic duty, and the right of arms. See, and that's the thing, and that's where it's kind of funny with the transition in Europe, specifically of carry of swords and just weaponry anyway. And weaponry's kind of always been for the noble anyway, because they don't want the peasant to revolt, especially in the later period. I mean, look at the the English civil wars, and just how they escalated, like with Richard II and in the merchants, this is real noble in the Lycian Empire. Some kind of regarding promise was actual link. Yeah, see, and and that's kind of where it was. They didn't want the civilian to have a sword, and and civilian doesn't necessarily mean like peasant. Like when we consider a civilian today, we consider it like a regular citizen, a citizen's sword. No, it's not really that. Civilian basically meant that it was routine carry. So you would have, your civilian swords. And most swords, like Group 2, when you're talking Oakeshott typology, cut and thrust type, long swords and arming swords and riding swords specifically, they kind of would, they kind of would have, there was a difference, you saw a difference in style. Whereas eventually were restricted in carry of swords in cities. Yeah, because you couldn't trust anyone because everybody was fighting each other and it would go batshit crazy. And that was also population spikes, because I mean that's something that we take for granted. I mean, even here, and I know some of you are international. I'm just referencing me as in the United States. Like I said, 80 years ago in Idaho, it was the wild, wild west here. It was cowboys and it was Indians and it was rifles and horses and all that stuff. Exactly. City council, cities, province, that the population mattered. But then civilization, as we see even today with our modern cities, I'll tell you right now, I would have felt safer 100 years ago in this valley than I would still today in a large city like Chicago or Seattle or London or any of them, because population is scary. Let's say a duke or higher rank was allowed to have a page walk 5 paces behind him carrying the sword, but a mere knight not allowed to carry. And that's something that, like I said, with a lot of the city, but then again, a lot of the lords and nobles and knights weren't in the city anyway. A lot of them were on their own lands, because they had to pay their taxes too. So they had to keep their serfs working, because if they didn't make their wages, then they'd have their land stripped. So that was kind of one of those, I'm in Idaho too. Oh, nice, Jocko. So if you don't mind me asking, I mean, I'll tell you if you tell me what town are you in Idaho? If you don't feel comfortable saying it live, you don't have to. But I've pretty much told everybody I think where I'm at, and if anybody really looks at Lewiston, Jocko, you're on Sword Buyer's Guide too, aren't you? We've talked before. I think I bought a sword from you. You're you are on Sword Buyer's Guide, aren't you? You're the Quan starts with a K and you got the little penguin for an avatar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh no, I'm on there. I haven't chatted there in a long, long time. Okay, well, there's another guy in Lewiston, from Lewiston, that's on there, and he sells swords pretty regularly on the classifieds. I don't know if you know him, but his name starts with his username starts with a K, Kwai or something like that, and he's got like a little penguin for an avatar. But I think we might have chatted before too in the past on Sword Buyer's Guide, because I'm ND Dave on Sword Buyer's Guide forum. And I think we had an old one, like I want to say like 5 or maybe 8 years ago. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, there's actually like, I think, counting me, there's like maybe 3 Idahoans on Sword Buyer's Guide Forum right now. But anyway, the Kwai guy, he's got some pretty cool swords. I kind of am jealous. I wish I was closer because, we could probably like do like a meet and greet, and I could see he's got like a lot of cool like Valiant Armory and Albion swords and stuff, and be kind of cool to kind of play with his collection because he's got some high end stuff. Okay, then yeah, that was probably the one where we're like, hey, who's from Idaho? And you're like, I'm from Lewiston. I'm like, hey, and then yeah, I remember that. That was like that was a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, cool. But yeah, nice. All right, well, yeah, awesome. Fellow Idahoan, so I don't feel so podunk and alone, I guess. But yeah, no, I mean it's great because we had JG on here, and JG's assuming JG, I don't know if you're still on, but you're English, correct? You're from England. You said you were. I think earlier you said you live or you're in the Cambridge area, if that's correct. Or were you Scotland? I'm trying to remember the going back on the chat if you were Scottish or if you were from Cambridge. But anyway, if you're still on, let us know. But yeah, or if you don't want to, you don't have to. Privacy, privacy is privacy. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. They were talking civics and politics. We completely obviously got off tangent from the Oakeshott typology, but I think we got a good talk about the Oakeshott typology too for people that wanted to. I know, Jocko, you're on here and we're talking. Do you have any questions about the Oakeshott typology before we kind of close down the thread? Or if you don't care about the Oakeshott typology, we can talk about something else. But yeah, that was primarily the Q&A was for Oakeshott typology and talking Oakeshott typology stuff. But whatever. It was good just chatting with everybody and getting the live feeds going. It's always fun having these live feeds and getting to interact with everybody. But yeah, so I guess one thing I can talk about is like sword news. Cambridge, my 12 or 13 grandfathers ago was a lecture before he got killed by roundheads. Oh shit, damn. I'm in Scotland. My miss spent my 20s shagging my way through Cambridge Goths, or spent my 20s studying in England. Awesome, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. Yeah, that is interesting. It's funny when you think about it, it's like, I think one of my funniest ancestors was actually quite the deadly gunfighter in the Wild Wild West, and he was about 4 foot nothing, but I guess he was fast on the draw, and he was a very feared gunfighter. But it was kind of funny because one of my great uncles had a picture of him. But yeah, it was kind of neat. I remember hearing the story about him because here's this old guy, he got a big old mustache and his little. Hell, his gun was about as big as him. He's just a little short guy. But anyway, yeah, I guess he was one of the deadlier gunfighters around. But anyway, no, that's all right. Yeah, it's I guess whatever you miss, you can go back and read up. But yeah, we were kind of just focusing on the Oakeshott typology, and then that started talking politics and medieval history, and it just bounced all over the place. But it's been a lot of fun. And I really want to, thank JG for carrying the live feed conversation, and because he definitely was a driving force on it, as well as Sword Lord. He's been sticking with us this whole time too. My grandmother was able to trace herself back to a Viking captain, but I like to do a 21andMe or Sunwire and a lineage test sometime. See, and that's the thing. Some of us, have a lot of family history, and a lot of our families know each other. And it's funny how everything can change. Like I said, a lot of my heritage is prominently British, Irish, Welsh, English, Scottish, with a little bit of German and Swedish and things. But, yeah, most of us are pretty Heinz 57 unless we're from, especially when we're here in the States, because, the ethnicity change, and everything, just kind of mixes everything up. But, for the most part, I was thinking about that. Wow, that's really far back. You can trace the same lineage on my mom's side to Edward the First through his daughter Joan of Acre and her marriage to Gilbert de Clare. Wow, that's interesting. See, I never really dug that far deep, but I'm very Heinz 57. I think we all are, especially here in the States. Because you got to think about it. Unless you were like in a really close knit like family or ethnic community, I mean, you're going to be Heinz 57, even if you are ethnic. A lot of Asian Americans and Hispanic American stuff. I mean, not a lot of them can say, "Oh, well, we're all from this region of Mexico, and we all came up to California or Arizona, Idaho, whatever, and that's what we are," because you'd almost be incestuous at that point, because eventually you're going to run out of new. I'm barely resisting one sarcastic comment on U.S. heritages. Do I have to say it? That's really not. Go for it, JG. You're not going to hurt my feelings, and and I'll probably get a good laugh out of it, because I probably know what you're going to say, but but yeah, go ahead. You write it first, and then I'll see if that's what I'm thinking. It's pretty neat. Lineage stuff is really cool and interesting stuff when you're able to find out. It is. It's a lot of fun. It's like, and sometimes we're not as. It's real easy to get online and like look up your last name and see a coat of orange or something, but sometimes, technically I'm not from that family, even though it's my same last name, because maybe your last name was changed or mixed around or something like that. And it just kind of mixes up a little bit, and sometimes regional differences. Some people might think, oh, well, my last name's German, so I'm German, but then you're like, I don't have a lick of German in me. So how does that make sense? And it's like, well, because sometimes names got changed. A lot of names got changed when families crossed, over, to that. My dad is a real mutt, but he has a lot of Spanish ancestry. My 9 grandfathers ago was a Spanish soldier accompanied on the expedition to set up the missions in California. That's cool. See, I mean, we all have somebody in our families that had to have done something cool. Well, it isn't weird how so many Americans are Scots, American, German, American, but not one ever wants to identify as English and wear red coats. Can't imagine I don't mind being English. I know that. Because, see, like, if I was going to break down mine, at least what I was told from my family, Grandpa's mom's dad is prominently Welsh, English, and Scottish. Scottish on his mother's side, I believe. And then, so my great maternal grandmother was Scottish. Great paternal grandfather was English, from English heritage. But then again, it's funny because so much time has went by anyway. Technically, I mean, my whole family on my mother's side, paternally or maternally are, Missouri and Arkansas hillbillies, and they're proud of it, and basically got to Idaho from moving from the Missouri, Arkansas area to Washington and Selah, Washington. And that's where my grandparents met. And then, obviously I have my mom, and then, in the 70s, they moved to Idaho. On my dad's side, it's a little more complicated. But primarily, with a lot of it, we've, a lot of English, German, Dutch, and Belgian ancestry on that end. But really, like I said, it's hard to really pinpoint who we are. It is the cornerstone of ethnic genetics. Well, it is, because England got around. I mean, the British Empire, India, Australia, you know, there wasn't always, you know, I mean, every, you know, Hong Kong, I mean, there was a Union Jack on every flag around the world for a reason. And that just shows a lot of the English influence. But of course, that also shows the Spanish, Portuguese influence, you know, with a lot of the Spanish, you know, and Latin ancestries and stuff. So that's tenure. They occupied most of the world for a long time, and they did. And, you know, and it's funny. It's kind of like to an extent how, you know, some people, you know, it's always like, you know, like to go back to what JG says, technically we're all Viking anyway, because all the raping and pillaging that the Vikings did, if you're white, you're a Viking, because at some point some Viking raped your ancestor and sired your great grandpa or something, you know. And that's how always the jokes is, you know, when it comes to Vikings, everybody's a Viking because all that, not necessarily, but I think everyone just wants to be a Viking, or at least everybody wanted to be a Viking in like the 2010s because of Vikings and Celtic braids and all that stuff. It was cool at the time. Now nobody cares about being Viking anymore. It's kind of like when it was cool after Braveheart to be a Scot or pretend to be a Scot and get a kilt and a claymore and yeah, you know, I used to date someone who worked in Stirling Castle. They used to take sweepstakes on how many of the visitors would insist that they were descended from William Wallace per week. Oh yeah, we're all from William Wallace or Dracula or whatever else is the flavor of the week for whatever movie or film we're in, you know. But yeah, I love that. I would love to see it, and I could just see it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever, JG, if you ever seen, and look it up, you know, when we're done here, there's an SNL skit where it's like Irish, and this American kid, he's playing an American kid that comes to an Irish pub, and he's like, "Well, I got a little Irish in me." "Oh, do you now?" And they're like, "Oh, what's your last name?" "Oh, McGillicuddy." "Oh, it's not like there's a million McGillicuttys. So go get Mrs. McGillicuddy down the road. I bet you're related to her," you know. And then they you know, it's just a big skit to kind of tease exactly what you're saying, JG, about, you know, the traveler, you know. And, you know, I actually had a funny one. He, you know, a buddy of mine, Matt Downing is his name. He's a cool guy. And anyway, Matt, big Irishman, and just your big, jolly, red-headed Irishman. I mean, you don't get much more Irish, Scottish, you know, Gaelic-looking, Celtic-looking than Matt. He's just, and all his brothers, they all look the same. They're all cool guys, and they're all good friends. And, you know, Matt was talking about how him and his mom, you know, went to Scotland and hung out, and he said that, and because he does a really good accent for, you know, and with the Irish and Scottish with that Gaelic and Celtic accent, he does both really well. And he said that, you know, he hung on the pub, and he said it was funny because even though we all look at him and like, oh, well, Matt's the Irishman, of course, the whole Viking DNA test stuff. Now, ever notice how they're always built their identity around being Longship and Axe Vikings, but never being a herring fisherman for the next year? Exactly. And honestly, I'd rather be that, you know. I've always said that, you know. I more relate, you know. And everyone's like, well, I'm a Viking, and I'm like, well, I am a Anglo-Saxon, you know, wheat farmer that when your Viking ancestor came to rape my wife and burn my fields, I put a sword through his belly. So, you know, but, you know, but yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah, like I said, that was like the Viking TV show, you know, we were talking about earlier. Everybody wanted to be a Viking and grow their beard out and get a tattoo. But anyway, back to Matt. Matt said that, you know, when he would be in the pubs in Scotland, that he had to really watch himself because he didn't want to, you know, he said talking with them would make him want to mock the accent and start talking with his accent. But they knew he was American. It's weird. I don't know, JG, you know, maybe you do this when you have those like prominently Scottish heritage type people that take it really seriously and they want to talk with an accent. obviously you guys can read them out, you know, locally, but is it that noticeable? Because Matt really felt like they could pin out that he was American, even though he never said, "Hi, I'm an American." He basically said, you know, he said that the minute they looked at him, they're like, "Ah, there's an American." And maybe it's just, maybe you just can sense it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, on the flip side, I guess it's accurate because, you know, I mean, technically we're all ethnically white, but you know, when I'd have like a foreigner, like we, for a while there, I had some friends that were visiting and staying for a while from South Africa. And yeah, I mean, walking by, yeah, I couldn't tell if they were really foreign. You can kind of sense it a little bit. Oh, they're like a lighthouse or a foghorn. You can spot them from 100 meters. Okay, that's how Matt felt. And he was really like biting his tongue because when he was really getting to know everybody and having a good time, he said everybody was really friendly and welcoming. It wasn't like they were treating him like an asshole or an outcast, but he didn't want to slip out his accent because he considered it probably would have gotten someone pissed off and wanting to kick his ass. That's like 6'3", 400 pounds of muscle, and he, you know, the easiest to toss around, but he didn't want to disrespect. So he said he always had to kind of pinch his and not mock the accent because he does it with us all the time, you know, because he just has fun with it. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, with that, but no, like pointing them out, like having them out, or having like Englishmen. I've had a few English. I know, ironically, of like Idaho. You know, it's like what are Englishmen doing here? I've had a few Englishmen come to my bar, and you can kind of tell, and it's their mannerisms, body language, things like that. For how, I guess, where they like to say, "Oh, we're all the same." We're kind of a little bit different, you know, because our cultures are a little different. Our mannerisms are different. Our slang's a little different. Our styles are a little different. I mean, we're all pants and shirts and hats and shoes, but at the same time, every culture has their different little quirks, and that's what's cool about it. That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it fun. And even looking this up and enjoying your heritage, enjoying your history, you know, it doesn't matter if it's the medieval stuff or you know, something in between or even something later, you know, it's just fun. I that's what it's always interested me, researching and looking at history and having fun with history, and a lot of history is culture, and you know, and not to get too political sounding, but I think that's where I think a lot of today is getting hurt, because we're kind of erasing that culture, trying to make this like weird hive universal, you know, people call it woke, kind of ideology system that just kind of puts everybody, you know, in a gray category. And no, I think that's what is so fun, you know. It's fun to be able to look at even down to a sword and being like, thing is, there's so utterly incomprehensible accents. Ouija band Doric. I know a guy who used to actually say jings when surprised. He was a walking stereotype. Oh my God. See, and that's the thing. I mean, there's sometimes with us too. You know, you were giving me a hard time because, you know, what did I mispronounce? Ouse. I said ouse, and you said it's oos. Great oos River. So, you know, it's just like that. You know, one of my biggest dumb mistakes, and because I'm just, I guess, an Idahoan, I guess, and I'm going to blame it on American accents. But when I did my review of this sword, of the 15th century longsword, you know, you know, in the River Thames, I said Thames, and I had someone in the comments say, "You said Thames, basically, dumbass. And it's not Thames. It's spelt Thames, but it's pronounced Tins." And I was like, "Oh, well, I knew that, but I just, for some reason, I just said Tins." I'll do that sometimes. Oh, you love I love this one too. The 17. There's not enough 17s on the market, and the fact that this one is under $1,000 basically makes it the best 17 on the market, because Who wants to spend $1,000 and wait 2 years for an Avalon when you can get one of these Royal Armories 17s right here? It is awesome. It is awesome. And I will eventually sharpen it, and I'll go do some cutting with it for you guys. But until then, she's still dull because I just haven't gotten around to sharpen it. Being an ooze rather than it being giving a hard time, I'll add. Oh, okay. So, you know, is it pretty polluted, unfortunately? Well, I mean, I don't know. They find enough swords in it to where the rust poisoning's got to, like, I wouldn't swim in it because you scratch your foot, you're probably going to get sick just from the rust. Because, I mean, you know, every sword's like, you know, is that, I know that, you know, kind of, you know, a lot of that. In Ellie, I don't know, they must have just liked to throw swords out in Ellie because, you know, it's kind of like you always notice, like, oh yeah, we found this sword in the bottom of the, you know, around Ellie. You know, it just seems like that. But yeah, you know, it's just the pronunciation. You know, and that's kind of like, it's like me with Japanese terminology. I know all the Japanese terminology because I studied it and I did Kinjutsu and stuff, and I studied the Japanese sword, and you know, but at the same time, I know I piss some you know, Japanese enthusiasts off because I won't be too literal with, I have my own and had to get it for that unique 3 transitional blade type. Got mine sharpened and it cuts great. All right, good. You do have one. All right. Yeah, I know I need to sharpen mine and I need to quit screwing around and just get it and just sharpen it. I got my work sharp. It's down there. I plan on doing a video, like a cutting, you know, not a cutting, but a sharpening video, one of the do-it-yourselves. I know you guys mentioned, you know, in comments from the last thing that you guys would like to see some more do-it-yourself type stuff, like when I took apart the swords. I love doing that stuff because most of my swords I put together and work together, not so much polluted as just, well, every read Terry Pratchett, the ink more, it's a bit like that. Let's say River Mori, slowly moving band of shit that you could chalk a body on. Oh, okay. Well, that's too bad. Damn it. You know, because that's the other nuance with us in, you know, America, when we look at you guys in over there, you know, in England, and, you know, because we see the tourist video, you know, we see the garden and the stony, in the cobblestone street, and the castles and the towers and everything, and the vines on everything. In a blacksmith I go to, I love a sharpening sword. All right, yeah, I'll get one because I mean these work sharps are only like $100, you know, usually online or in a retail store, you know, and over here I don't know, you know, there's a few of them. It's kind of more of a Northwestern store, but it's called Bi-Mart. We have a Bi-Mart here in my local town, and I bought it at Bi-Mart, I think on sale for like I spent less than 100. I think I spent like 89 bucks on it on sale. And that was just the Kin Onion knife sharpener, which is what it is, because it's basically just a belt sander with its handheld, and then, you know, the blades go. But it's got the angles to where you can twist it to like the proper angles to get your proper edge alignment, so 30 degree, 20 degree, whatever. And the knife one, you just kind of draw it in, kind of like a work, you know, kind of like a work sharp, like the old, you know, whale tail work sharps, but it's on a belt, so it doesn't bevel it so hard. And you have different belts that you can, you know, grind it and get it down to where, and you can hone it down to a smooth edge with the finer belts. But then the problem with doing a sword on it is that the sword is just, it's too long. And you're just sitting there, and you really got to like tie the thing down, because it's not meant to be dragged by something so heavy that pulls it. It's just meant to be zip, zip, zip with a sharp. Don't know how to sharpen swords, really. Yeah, most people don't. And I mean, you can definitely fuck up a sword pretty easy with a bad sharpening. And you can completely destroy the you know, you can destroy the heat treatment if you get it too hot on a belt. You can you know, completely screw up the alignment and the general shape. I had an odd one one of my first swords, because actually I've had two swords of Rovin. The first one I had, and I ended up selling on Sword Buyer's Guide Forum. And then I have the Sword of Rovin I got now, which was a Cult of Athena reissue. Back when Cult of Athena, like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, did the reissues. Because I kind of missed it and I wanted it back. But it had a wonky tip to where you could just tell where it was sharpened, and whoever sharpened it just kind of went a little too deep. So there was kind of like a weird divot at the tip. And it always bugged me. It always looked weird to me. It almost made it look like a false edge, single edge sword on the tip. And it just always bugged me. And yeah. But anyway, yeah, it just, so yeah, you definitely can. So it's definitely sharpening. Honestly, if you don't give a shit about secondary bevels, just get you a whale tail and sharpen your swords and put a secondary bevel on them. I mean, honestly, some of my swords are like that. You know, I mean, my it's all buried, so I ain't gonna grab it, and you guys can't really see them in that corner, but you guys probably know that's the two-handed sword corner, as you can see on my my wide shot videos. But yeah, I sharpened my hero's war sword, my lowland claymore that I've cut with. I sharpened that with a whale tail, AccuSharp. And I sat there. It doesn't. And that's just kind of the risk of it. But that's also why a lot of the budget Chinese manufacturers that use it tend to have brittle edges, because it doesn't, they just don't get the heat treatment right. But again, you get what you pay for, $200 sword as opposed to a $500 sword. The heat treatment's going to be wonky. There's also the question of how sharp was a Type 17. The Armory's one, the real one, 10 series from the tip. It's an edge angle close to 40 degrees. Well, yeah, and that's the thing with 17s. I mean, when you look at them, if we want to get back on top typology talk, it was a thrusting sword. It was meant to pierce around plate armor. Winch plate armor. That's where the hexagonal comes in and why they're so thick and rigid, because you were meant to kind of like a crowbar. It was like a sword crowbar. Stick it in and then wrench out. What people are talking about typologies. Well, you brought it up, dude. Type 17. But yeah, it's like, the wrenching, kind of with the 17. That's kind of what it goes at. And where it was meant to be an all-rounder, but mostly for armor. Yeah, it was. It's the armor cracker. That's why it was popular, but it wasn't really super popular, because it had a purpose, but that purpose wasn't utilitarian enough to where it was more commonly used. I mean, you see 17s everywhere, from England to Scandinavia to Italy, Germany. They were used all over Europe. It wasn't an unpopular sword. It just was a short-lived sword, because, again, you didn't. It served its purpose as a, for plate armor, and for the most part, a lot of the guys that were facing plate armor anyway just freaking used a warhammer or something, or a mace. So I think that it was less that it was, it didn't do its job. I think it's just it got outshined by, here, I got one right here. Let's have a little fun with him. It got outshined by this guy. Because I'm telling you right now, yeah, I mean, the sword's cool. And yeah, you put an edge on him and he's going to cut and all that. But look at the swords that were used at the same time as the 17. You had 16s and 18s. And the 16 and 18 is going to cut better. It's going to be better for an unarmored opponent cutting and thrusting and slashing, especially the 18. There's a reason why there's so many 18s, and 18s are so popular, and why you don't see a whole lot of 16As and 17As, because they weren't, utilitarian. So I got a sneaky message that wasn't. Oh, poor GU, Kishi. That's sad. Apparently they thought you were talking nasty because you said tip thrusting, but we know what you meant. You meant swords. But anyway, bro, sorry I didn't read that till now. But yeah, I was about to say reinforced tip for thrusting. Yeah, and it was. And the reinforced tip, that diamond, that thickened diamond tip, was, and that's what made the 18, 17, the 15 prominent. You saw these swords being used, and then you get, let's see, oh, I got skipped. You got skipped, sword lord. I could see a 17 sword being hard to use outside a 1 versus 1 in hammers, and I don't know if poleaxes were there at the time, but that was the option. And I think that's really what it was, is you just literally see, war hammers, and I don't have my poleaxe here. It's over here now with the two-handed swords, because like I said, it's not where it usually is, because I'm still working on the sword rack, as I mentioned. But yeah, because these were, especially with the guy with armor, I'm gonna beak him before I'm going to try to thrust him with a sword, especially in close combat, hot combat. I'm relying on this. I'm going to hide behind a shield and whack the shit out of you before I'm going to try to, get you in, with a sword. I mean, yeah, I might be a prominent swordsman at the time, and I can outduel you and disarm you with my sword, but this is a lot more difficult than bam, 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 bam. And that's just how it is. Now I'll read JG's comment. And then you get things like 18Cs. Everyone does them as hollow ground cutters with the real Bashford Dean. 18C has a steep secondary bevel like a cold chisel with a 45-degree angle. Exactly, because it was meant to chop. It's a big chopper, but they want to make them hollow ground, and they want to make them, it's performance. And that's what I said. There's a difference between a historically accurate blade and a performance series blade. Just like in katanas. I mean, and you didn't cry if you broke the haft of the mace or axe. Exactly, because you just refitted it, or it was cheap. It's easier to put 100 of these in the hands of infantry than 100 of these. And that's just the science of it. That's why the sword is the noble's weapon, because the noble can afford it. Infantryman, budget guy, he got this. This was his budget weapon, and it worked better because they could take the knights, and that's where, like I said, I love, one of the videos I love watching, I mentioned him before. I don't know if you guys watch him. If you don't, definitely like and subscribe to him, because he's pretty cool. I watch him now and then when he's got a new video. Is Dequitum, I think his name, if I'm pronouncing it right, Dequitum. But he does like live action armor combat simulation, and him and his buddies just basically, they simulate medieval battles and just beat the shit out of each other. And it's kind of cool because they do like a duel, like, okay, well, let's show the knight winning if he got the advantage over the Dequitum. Yep. I love, he is awesome. He is awesome. And, and you saw, and you see him where like, he'll like kind of, okay, this is what, if the knight got the advantage, he'd kick the shit out of all these peasants without armor. And then, oh, wait, the typical knightly doom of turtle on its back. The civilians tripped him and they stuck their daggers in his face. It is easier to use on horseback. Throwing blows one-handed while holding reins in the other. Absolutely, it is. It's just the way the combat was. And I'm sorry, but most damage by swords in the armored combat era is concussion damage anyway. You basically knocked them, you rattled their brain, and then when they fell on their ass, you stuck it in their face or in their opening and got something through. And it was hard. Armor was not, for infantry, it's more the pole arm where you can use both hands. Well, yeah, because I got my poleaxe over there, but I'm not going to dig them out. But like, let's just simulate this as a poleaxe. So let's pretend that it's, 6 feet long or so, and then like, yeah, so you got that leverage and reach, and boom, you got this big old hammer and spike head or axe head coming down, plus your spear, if you have a spearhead, and boom, it was literally the assault rifle of the Renaissance, And Dickman had a good video that showed that an armored knight doesn't have all the advantages against an unarmored opponent, and showed an example of unarmored side winning. Back to Corbin, brutal weapon. Absolutely. Definitely a brutal weapon. But yeah, I saw that video, and because he did he did a few of them like that. But yeah, the big thing with an armored opponent is that it's penetration, and it's really hard to penetrate a knight, a truly armored knight, because you got to think of the layers. They're layered with protection. The best recourse you're going to have with a knight is to fatigue them out. And the hard part about fatiguing a knight is that he doesn't have to move if he doesn't want to. You're not going to hurt him if he keeps his range from you. If he has a long sword or a war sword or a bastard sword, something that's like 40 inches or longer, or a pole arm, or, something two-handed, like even a lance, or a spear, you're not going to touch him, because you're not going to be able to get around his defense, and you're going to work so hard to get around it. Oh, absolutely. Nobody was hurting men in armor. I mean, concussion damage. Here, I got another hidden message. Get them tired or on the ground where they can't hurt you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's what it is. Turtle them. That's your best defense against a knight. And even still, knights were mobile and flexible enough to get back up. Well, probably the games. And yeah, our games and armor, like I said, I always love making the Lord of the Rings joke that, you got Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli fighting all those armored Uruk-hai. And it's like their swords must be adamantium, and it can just slice through that, steel and iron that Isengard forged. It's silly, but it's movies, and that's something. Fantasy, you got to have fun with fantasy, and fantasy ain't fun if the bad guy, if the bad guy always wins and the good guy always loses. We learned that with how depressing Game of Thrones was. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, that in most duels on YouTube, they aren't actually trying to kill each other. In a real fight, a trained and armored opponent almost always has the advantage. Absolutely, because they're going to bide their time. And not only that, if you're wearing full armor, you're not even really in the fight. You're on a horse with men surrounding you. And in the case that the men surrounding you get their asses handed to them, you are not wanting to be ransomed. So you're going to get the fuck out of there. And the whole honor of a knight sticking around, no. I'll tell you right now, as far as like a lot of those treatises go, I'll tell you, your lord, your king, would rather you hightail it and run rather than being held hostage and ransomed. Because number one, if you get ransomed, you're not in his military, so you're no use to him. You're especially if you're a strategist or you're a leader, you're not leading the army anymore. Now you're in a cell or in a tower. Folks would move onto cowboy action shooting in a hurry after that. Yeah, here, let me scroll back down. To be fair, Elven and Dwarven Craft Blades were on another level. Technically, yeah, but I mean, armor's armor, steel's steel, But yeah, like I said, you have to go into the fantasy magic of it, kind of like adamantium, like Wolverine. Wolverine can cut through everything. And, even though, like I said, when you look at his weapons, from a weapon standpoint, having claws attached to your wrists is pretty dumb unless they are made of adamantium and they're never going to budge and they are going to slice through everything, because they're going to rip out of, I mean, all that's holding them in is skin. I'm surprised his claws didn't get ripped out. They had, you know, especially since they weren't attached to his, you know, his bone, you know, yeah, they were attached at the end, but still they had to retract, so they had to be loose. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. Always wanted to run a HEMA tournament where everyone had to sign a contract. If they lost, they would not compete in any event for a year. Then watch how it changed their fighting mentality. That's an instant idea. Like they got ransom. That's a good idea because, you know, I bet it would benefit them because they'd get angrier maybe and they would fight more, but I don't know. But yeah, here, let me scroll back down and get the rest of the, that's in it. Yeah, a lot of folks would move on to cowboy action, be shooting in a hurry. After that, you missed JG's comment. I didn't, I read it. I just read it. So yeah, but thanks, Jocko. But yeah, no, it's like, you know, yeah, I mean, with the HEMA tournament stuff, you know, it's, and I had a big talk about HEMA because I wanted to kind of research HEMA a little more detailed. I know HEMA gets a bad reputation sometimes, especially on YouTube, about being snobby and being whatever. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's any snobbier than, like, you know, like the Japanese martial arts series that take it seriously, you know, Japanese sword arts and stuff. You know, I think that if you're passionate about something, yeah, I mean, take it serious. And with like a lot of the HEMA tournaments, yeah, I think they take themselves extra serious. But at the same time, I think also they also here's the thing, you know, one thing that I've watched, I don't know if you guys have watched it, but it's that like Armored MMA. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. Well, that too. And there's also, martial arts has always had snobs. I think some would fight harder, some would be more cautious. It's the psychology of combat, of the risk of loss, be that loss of an activity, fun, or life. Yeah, true. You know, I mean, the best warriors are the ones that don't give a fuck. And that even goes today with our modern militaries. I mean, the guys that don't give a fuck, the gung-hos that go in there, get it done, you know, victory or death types, are usually the ones that win wars, that win battles, because, you know, it's kind of like that old saying, you know, where, usually, you know, tenacity and luck will hold a battle as long, you know, if someone, in regards to like courageousness or whatever. But that's what I mean. It's like most people, and it's even today. I mean, I used to see it at the bar all the time with bar fights. You need liquid courage usually to pick a fight or to fight, because, you know, they're like, oh shit, I don't want to get my ass kicked. I don't want to get hurt. Nobody likes to get hit. Everybody wants to hit somebody, but nobody likes to get hit, especially in the nose. No, everybody hates getting hit in the nose or hit in the lip, whatever, you know, and you see that, you hit me, yeah, you know, kind of like the Grande Arms before Marshall Lane died, wrecked Napoleon's gumption. Yeah, see? Yeah, absolutely. You know, but I think, you know, when people get scared to fight or to get hurt, you know, and all that, and I think that's where like a lot of martial artists, they're not scared because they do it regularly. They take hits, and even if they don't like, I don't know, like, what was I trying to think? You know, they don't regularly compete. I think someone would find herself, but like, I think that some would, another book on that subject is on killing, the psychological cost of learning to kill in war and society. But yeah, nobody takes that serious. I mean, look at it. We've talked 3 hours about things that kill people. You know, we're holding things that kill people, and the interesting of that, the mentality of killing someone. Not a lot of people. Everybody wants to think that they could kill someone, or that they could go to war, or they could go. But when you're there and you're looking at that other person, and the seriousness of that kind of hits, I don't think anyone's really prepared for that. I don't really think. I think you have to be on a whole nother level, or a whole nother person. I think once that switch is turned on, yeah, you're different. It's life changing, and I don't think anyone ever wants to be in that position. And I think that's why, most people, when they get to that point, or when it's necessary, when it's survival, yeah. But even at the same time, really, going all out and just not caring, I think, about human life, it's very conflicting. And I think the nuance of battle and weapons and video games and films and stuff just kind of nuance and trivialize, real combat. Makes me wonder how bad the trauma for a man at arms in the medieval era really was. I think it was. I think it was harder than you thought. I think that's why a lot of them, I know we give religion a hard time for fighting in the name of God, but I think a lot of the Crusader mentality was literally therapeutic. A lot of people think, oh, well, they justified killing in the name of God. I think they had to kill, and that forgiveness, that justification of fighting in the name of God or whatever, even though that's against the commandments, because it's right there in the commandments, thou shalt not kill. How do you get around that, church? Well, because we've been killing since, look at it. Look at Joshua, the walls of Jericho, and all the battles the Israelites fought. The reality of interpersonal violence is very different to the mythology, but it also something that is inherent with the objects we study or create. Yeah, definitely a big moral thing, fighting for something like Christianity. I've been in plenty of fights, and Mike Tyson had it right. Everyone has a plan until they get punched. Absolutely. And that's what I was going back, like with the bar. Nobody ever really wanted to fight. When I'd have to break up a fight and stuff, it usually was, hold me back, man, hold me back. It never was serious. The more alcohol they had in them, yeah, it was more serious. But then that was liquid courage. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They were so drunk that they couldn't even see straight. And they were swinging at everybody. I ended up, I'd break, and that's the thing is that it's real easy to break up two drunks fighting because they're so uncoordinated. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And it makes it easier almost. I would rather break up a drunk fight than a sober fight because, yeah, it's just how it is. But yeah, it's like, yeah, nobody wants to get hit. Nobody wants to get hurt. We all want to hurt. We all want to think that, oh, we could save the day. And, oh yeah, I wish that mass shooter was in the mall while I was in there because I would have pulled out my 9. I'm always carrying my 9 and I pop, and shoot him. Save the day, but nobody knows where we would be or what we would do in that fight or flight moment. We want to think that we would all be fighters, but it's hard to say until you're there. I meant morale. I've been in plenty of fights. Well, yeah, and morale, it's real. Because here's the thing. PTSD. We're aware of PTSD right now. That's why a lot of time in history we dehumanize the people that you're fighting. Well, yeah, because you have to. You have to make them evil. You have to make them monsters. You have to make them something that is worth killing. Because we're not going to kill our best friend. He's our friend. We know that because, look at us with animals. If you guys are animal lovers and you have pets, the hardest thing to do is put a pet down, because that's your friend. And not only that, that was something that you were supposed to take care of and protect. And it hurts and it sucks. So yeah, good point, Robert. Good point. There are records of medieval knights writing about what today would be called PTSD, and there's no doubt that the structured theology was coping. Absolutely it was, because you got to find a reason why. And the justification, king and country, the ideals of chivalry, defending. They don't. There's nothing worse than trying to choke out a tweaker. It's almost like they don't need oxygen. It's weird. It's like kind of like the George Floyd thing, I'm not trying to get political again, but just kind of looking at him from the facts not feeling side of it, of he was on drugs and they pinned him down, and he was so ravenous that they didn't know they were choking him out because they couldn't tell. It wasn't like he was like, he was like and fighting them. Because I've been in that situation. I was in a fight with a guy. Actually, one sec. I'm going to step away from the camera real quick. I'll be right back. But anyway, yeah, it's like, you're sitting there and you're, but yeah, I'm sitting there and this guy, he's all methed out. And it's funny because Matt, who I was talking about, he was my security at the time. And we ended up having to throw this guy out because he was just a real creeper guy. And he came in with some weapons because he wanted to hurt Matt. He was mad at Matt. He saw Matt as more as a threat because I'm not a real big guy. You've probably seen in my videos. I'm about 5'7" on a good day. I don't like to touch on politics, but the whole thing on dehumanizing people is one of the most frightening parts of seeing groups of people being vilified and fixed on the other groups. Well, absolutely, and that's what it always has been. It's when you dehumanize someone, they quit being us, but they are us. I've always joked that nobody's an asshole on their birthday, or nobody's an asshole on Christmas. Everybody likes Christmas. Everybody was a kid excited to wake up on Christmas morning. I mean, because we all are. We all have joy, and we all have fun, and we all laugh, and we all like things. It's human nature. And those are those human traits that vilify us into loving one another and not hating, and it doesn't matter. Even back then in the medieval period, you could have, for example, with the history, we both have, obviously are good studies of history, but looking at even just how secular, or segregated, Britain was, with the Scots and the Welsh and the English and the Irish, nobody liked anybody, but they were all on the same damn island. And, if they had to work together, sure, absolutely. If the French were coming over, all of a sudden the Scots and the English were friends because fuck the French. But, it's like any other day of the week, it was like, fuck each other. And why, And it goes down to the simple things of just, if we named off 3 things that we like, we'd probably all have something in common. One thing they almost never show you at training is how to improvise. You learn quick when your opponent is 6'3" and 300 pounds, schizo, ER patient. Even then, numbers and technique prevail. Oh, absolutely. Numbers always prevail. And I don't care. You, like I said, Mike Tyson. You can be Mike Tyson, you can be Bruce Lee, but we're all fleshy, we're all soft. Like I said, it doesn't matter. You can have, 2 people with swords, and it really depends on who gets stuck. Because I don't care if you're Aragorn, or if you're He-Man, or if you're Jimmy the dork that plays D&D, whoever gets stuck with this and gets this 4 or 5 inches in through their belly is the guy not having a good day. And that's just the truth of it. And if Mad Mardigan, the greatest swords fighter that ever lived, is the one with the sword in his belly, it doesn't matter that he's Mad Mardigan, the sword. A good thing, like, we were talking, Western history, and you got Wild Bill Hickok, one of the greatest gunfighters. We could beat him. Fastest gun in the West. Exactly. Nobody's, you could literally have, oh man, I wish Wild Bill was here, man, and he went down to Compton and he took care of all the gangsters until one of those gangsters pulled off a lucky shot between his eyes, and then it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter that he's Wild Bill Hickok, it didn't matter. And that's the thing. And that's the thing with force multipliers and weapons. And, and that's the thing with dehumanizing people. When you dehumanize people, you definitely, the violence escalates and the value of the living person devalues, and then it just, to where it doesn't matter until that reality sits in. And that's where, like I said, revenge, everybody has a brother, everybody has a mother, everybody has a father, and those people love that person and they don't want to see that person gone. It's not, very few can anyone really say that, oh, what am I trying to say? That, unless it was a really bad circumstance and you're dealing with someone that's psychotic or evil, like literally evil, I guess you could say, like a serial killer or something like that's attacking everyone, and they attacked you and you survived by killing them first. Who can really say that, well, I'm happy I killed that person. I mean, and that's where that PTSD comes in and that thought process, because, who is that person? What did they do? Because everybody has, likes and thoughts and feelings and loves and humor, that human nature. But anyway, this is getting a little dark for me. But anyway, not to change subject, but is your bar's name similar to a character from a famous American novel? I think I found it, not to sound like a weirdo. Yeah, it's Huck and Finn's. Huck and Finn's bar. I don't actually work there anymore. I actually quit earlier this year. So I'm not a bartender anymore. But yeah, I used to have fun, me and the owner, Jefferson. That's when, I was like, when I started videos, it was like on the couch, and you'll see that with my first few videos on the channel. And then, I started working at the bar that year. Actually, it's funny. I can time my time frame with the bar, starting work at the bar and starting Dynamo Sword Channel, because I basically started both around the same time frame. No, it's not my personal business. No, no, my friend Jefferson, he owns it. But yeah, I worked there for almost 7 years. So yeah, we were definitely partners while I was there, and it was fun while it lasted. But I was kind of ready to move on and kind of get my weekends back. I've always done 2 jobs. I've done 2 jobs for 7 years, and I had my 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, and then I had the bar from basically 6 o'clock till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. So pretty much I had 1 day off, Sundays, and it was just burning out on me, especially as I'm getting a little older and I'm officially over 40. It was just, plus I just, the money was good, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to kind of have more time for this. I'll tell you right now, if I was at the bar, I wouldn't be here, because I'd be at the bar right now and I wouldn't be doing this live feed, and that's what I think was taking away a lot of my YouTube time, was the bar, because, I just, and that's why I would have those hiatuses. It can, and it gets worn out, and I had a lot of fun and I made a lot of great friends, and it was nice being in my hometown, because it was like a Sam and Woody thing. It was Cheers, I still have people, texting me, and they're like, "Oh, Dave, you quit. Why'd you quit? I miss you. Come back." And it's just like, well, it was time to quit, and that's just how it is. But anyway, yeah, it's just is what it is. Whatever. No hard feelings leaving. But yeah, no, I started doing the bar because the day. Okay, so if you go back to my sword reviews, I did a sword review on the Battle Cry basket hilt broadsword, and I did that video. And that night was after I recorded that video, I literally went into the bar at 9 o'clock and had my first shift as a security detail, because that's how I started at the bar. I went from security detail to bartender to bar manager, and then I ended up leaving. So yeah, my first night security detail with Matt, my friend Matt that I talked about, the big Irishman. Yeah, he we had our first night, and I think it was my first or second night. We actually had a purse thief, and we chased him down, and we found the purse in the alley, and he had dumped it out, and he had stole some stuff from the gal. And small town, we ended up finding him. Well, on the subject of time to quit, I'm finally hitting a wall, so going to call it a night or morning. Apologies for all the tangents. Hey, no, JG, you were great. On the video I commented on from 4 years ago, it was the Topeka Alexandria sword. Oh, cool, Jocko. Just saying goodbye to JG. Yeah, it was great talking to you, bud. I really, yeah, same thing. Pleasure meeting you. Great chatting with you. I don't know if I'm going to tap your name when I'm done here and see if you're, if you got a channel or something, definitely I'll subscribe. I mean, you obviously got a lot of history knowledge, and, yeah, and if you don't, yeah, I'd love to see you again on the live feeds and chat with you. But anyway, yeah. But Josh, so yeah, so the Milanese, yeah, the Topeka, the Primus line Topeka. I actually got that out the last sword news on the comments and on the shout outs, and talked about it and showed it off a little bit, because one of the commenters asked what I thought about the Primus line, and if it was really better than standard Topekas. And I honestly, the Primus line was before kind of Topeka's recent renaissance of upping their fit and finish. So honestly, yeah, I think honestly that they're better now. But anyway, yeah, I think they're better than the Primus. I don't think the Primus was that great anyway. I mean, they were still just Topekas. But yeah. But yeah, no, I did that Topeka video in the bar, because see, it's funny, and you can kind of see my transitions in the bar. And what I regret most about those early, speaking of, let me check my mic. It's still good. Battery's still good, but was because when I started doing them at the bar, I thought it would be cool because I just wanted atmosphere. And it was funny how many negative reactions I actually got to being in a bar in those early videos, because a lot of people are like, why are you in a bar? And I'm like, I don't know, because it's cooler than my couch with a white wall and nothing behind it. I mean, this isn't really much better, I guess. I mean, I got all the swords behind me and my little kind of my shelf over here and stuff, so I guess it's a little more aesthetic. I'm thinking of getting like something to put on the wall here, like a banner or something that says Dynamo Sword Channel, like black and blue, like my logo, or my shirt logo. But anyway, that aside, yeah, so I started doing them in like kind of the center of the bar. That's where those two bistro island bars are. And I thought, okay, well, that'd be a good one in the middle. The lighting's all right, and I can lean the sword on the bistro bar, and I can watch the door in case anyone starts rattling on it and trying to bug me while I do a video. Exactly, and they did change their steel. They quit doing the 1045, and now they do like the Maganini steel, and which, more power to them. Topeka's cool because they're consistent, I guess. They're inconsistent, like I said. I guess my biggest criticism of Topeka is always, as I always say, and I said it in the comment section, is Topeka are very much a Friday afternoon sword. They literally feel like, shit, I'm ready to go home. C60 and EN45 nowadays, from what I can tell. Yeah, and EN45 is pretty much it's a lot of people hear the 45 and they think that it's equivalent to 1045, and it's actually more equivalent to 1065 or 1075 as far as its carbon content. But yeah, EN45, nothing wrong with it. they're going from C60 from the AN45. Well, I know they were 1040 earlier and then the AN45, so now they're doing C60. Oh, be all right. That must be on the newest ones. And, you know, I haven't been able to play. Like I said, I've never been one to buy a Dipika because, like I said, I've always looked at Dipikas and I know that just, like I said, they're Friday swords. Just the fit and finish just isn't good enough for me. And that's kind of saying something because I know a lot of people are like, well, you got a lot of old windlasses. But honestly, to give windlass kind of credit where credit's due, their fit and finish is pretty tight and consistent. You know, can they be ahistorical? Yeah, but I mean, hell, you look at this. LK Chin says, love their Dow. LK Chin makes some good stuff, you know, and I wouldn't mind Dipika, but you know, but when you look at this windlass, which was, you know, back in its heyday was like $150, which is about the price of a Dipika today, you know, 100, $200, you know, this 250 or whatever, you know, this European store. But look how crisp the pommel is, you know. I mean, that's a nice pommel. I mean, the guard is really nice, well crafted, the blade nicely forged and stuff. And, you know, that's way better than anything that I've seen from a Dipika. I mean, I wish I had, where's my Dipika? Oh, there it is. God, I've been blind. It's been right in front of me the whole time and I thought I couldn't see it, but yeah. Okay, so here's this Dipika Primus that I did. And I'm going to, okay, here we go. We'll grab a towel so I don't have to wipe down the blade later. But, okay, you guys tell me, what would you rather have? The Dipika Primus for $200 or whatever it was. Look at that blade. Look at those fuller terminations. Still an ahistorical diamond cross-section blade, even though it's supposed to be Primus line. It's supposed to be like a 1-to-1 replica of the original. And you have that. And then let's whip out basically a similarly made windlass sword. Now, this is their old 15th century. This is the 15th century long sword that they did, which is basically a two-handed Type 19. The Milanese is a Type 19. Now, again, look at the fit and finish of the handle. You got the wire wrap. You got the leather. Look how uniform that pommel is, even though it's a screw pommel. Like I said, big deal. The windlass tighten these so tight and put some Loctite on them. They don't come off unless you force them off anyway. They're just as good as a peen because they're full tang. Then you got the intricacies of the ring guard. Very minimal gap in the cross guard. Generally nicely well-shaped guard. Balanced pretty well. Yeah, I know all the distal taper snobs will have a fit because there's very little distal taper as far as distal tapering, but it's still heat treated well. It still has a nice center of percussion. It's a nice clean sword. I'd cut with this sword all day. But look at that blade finish as far as like the fullers and the ricasso. It's still ahistorical because it's diamond, but then you could also consider this a post Oakeshott bastard sword and not necessarily a two-handed Type 19. You know, it's whatever you want to call it. I was made a video for TikTok with that sword testing the blunt sword on a ballistic head. It ended up getting the set, but not horrible. This sword, was it the windlass or was it the strong blade? Because if you buy, this is discontinued. You can't find these anymore. But if you had the strong blade, I wouldn't be surprised if that took a set, because most of the strong blades that look like this that you can buy like on Web Merchant and stuff and Amazon and stuff, they look like this. But if you notice, the cross guard's stubbier. The blade is much more cruder and less refined. And the pommel is stubbier and not as defined. Yeah, it is. Dipika, the same thing. The strong blade Dipika are pretty similar. And you can kind of tell the difference because where this has like the thicker pommel, the pommel on your Dipika is thinner and more like, it has more of a steep tip to it. And then also the wire section is shorter. so you can't really fit two hands on it. It just, or at least it looks shorter in images. It might be the same length, but it looks shorter. But anyway, but yeah, no, and that's the difference, because a lot of people are like, oh, this sword's a POS, and it's because they get it confused with the Depika or the strong blade versions, which are cruder swords. And you know what? You know what the kicker was? I got this. I ended up buying. I probably spent too much, but I love old windlass swords, and I love old windlass swords that I missed out of that were discontinued. And I always liked this sword. It was just always a really pretty sword, and I always felt it was a, like I said, back to our Oakeshott typology talk, it is a historical because it's diamond cross section. I wish it was hexagonal, because this would be a perfect representation of a two-handed type 19. Unfortunately, yeah, it does. Yeah, it is. It's just, and it's funny because you're looking at this, and this is a windlass, and a lot of people are like, windlass, blah, blah, blah. But it just goes to show, you know, who had a good representation, because there's a version from like almost every maker, is they call it the Gothic sword. And Skullgrim did a comparison, because he had like 3 or 4 different versions of a Gothic sword. And I think what he had is he had the Depika, he had the Deltin, the Arms and Armor, and I think he might have had one more. But the Arms and Armor was obviously the high-end one. And then, yeah, but basically that Gothic sword it's a very, yeah, it does look also, yeah. You know, the Gothic sword I'm talking about, it's got that X cross-stitched leather grip, and then it finishes with wire, then it's got a wheel pommel, and it's got a style 5 bow tie guard, and it's like a type 18A, 18B blade. But anyway, it's a pretty popular, prominent remade sword. Like, everyone had like the Gothic sword for like a long time. Depika's stuck around the longest. Arms and Armor is like the original, like real historically accurate version that was made. But, you know, you could look at all these swords that, you know, basically two-dimensionally in pics pretty much look the same. But then when Skullgrim really showed everyone, okay, this is the significant differences, that, yeah, it was really night and day. And that's something that I've had a lot happen on, you know, strong blades, is strong blades, basically from what I've gotten from the company, is they are former windlass employees or windlass smiths that branched out on their own. I know Shadowguns released a Gothic sword. No, this is old school. You'll have to. God, I wish I had a picture of it or some literature with it. And you know, I might. Because speaking of Jefferson, he gave me this cool book one Christmas, and it's The Sword, Myth and Reality by Thomas Label. Anyway, it's a neat little book, but it has a lot of, as you can see, they reference a lot of modern swords in it. So it's kind of a cool book to go through to just find modern swords, but I'm pretty sure they have, see, for example, there's the Toten that I was talking about earlier, but let's see, I'm pretty sure it's in here. Possibly. But you guys will definitely know it when you see it, because you're like, oh yeah, that sword. I know that sword. Because it was pretty popular and prominent in the now this looks pretty good. It has a lot of the Kingdom of Heaven swords, windlass replicas in it too. So it's a good reference for those swords, because there's a lot of good pictures of those. Because this book came out and was published around the same time that those were kind of in production. I know I'm wasting everybody's time. Apologize, but yeah, the Shadow Dancer is definitely not the sword that we're talking about. It's a lot newer, and I know the one you're thinking about. I think that's the one with like the style 6 guard and the type V pommel. Looks very like swordierish. I'm going to kick myself if this sword ain't in this book. And I feel like a complete jerk, wasting everybody's time. Yeah, and I went from basket hilts to, well, maybe it's in here. Hold on. Damn it, I could have swore it was in here. I was just pulled up on my phone, but I'm using my phone to record, so yeah. There you go, smart guy. Movie swords. Forgot the whole back page is about Lord of the Rings. Well, cool. I didn't realize it had Oakeshott Typology details in it. I don't think I've ever read the back of this book. I think I just looked at it for the pictures. That's pretty cool. Anyway, that's the end of the book, and it's not in here. Damn it, I'm sorry, guys. Just wasted your time. Anyway, look it up online. It's the Del 10 Gothic sword, or the Arms and Armor Gothic sword, but you'll know it when you see it. Anyway, yeah, that was a big waste, so sorry, guys. But anyway, yeah, but I mean, it was just seeing the distinctions between them. You know, I had the same thing happen one time with a have you ever seen the Arms and Armor German? I think it's called the branch hilt sword. Yeah, that's actually in here. That's actually in Records of the Medieval Sword as an 18. But yeah, it's the yeah, right here, this guy. And you know, it's funny because it's a really popularly recreated sword, but even Oakeshott in the book just basically says that it's, you know, it's well preserved, but I guess it's not the best handling sword or the best feeling sword. It's just kind of a little indifferent. A lot of people, and even with the recreations, but yeah, they kind of go and they yeah, a lot of people that end up getting it, even the Arms and Armor one, are kind of like, yeah, they still made a version that's a crowbar from what I hear. Yeah, that was like back in the day. And that's what a lot of people forget, and that's what I don't have. And I remember I wanted one so bad. And like I said, my first European sword ever was this windlass effigy, which is actually, I lucked out because I bet that if I would have got any other sword from windlass, I would have hated windlass and I never would have bought a windlass sword again. But this sword is so nice for what it is. And I only paid like 120 bucks for it because it was on clearance. It's peened. It's got a great pommel. It's got nice guard and blade. And I mean, this is I bought this sword back in 2010, and it just look how great a shape it is. And I've you know, I've had a lot of fun with this sword. I learned a lot about medieval European swords with this sword. Like I said, this was the sword that got me into studying the Oakeshott typology, because I was like, I want to know what type of sword this is, because you guys are always talking about sword types on Sword Buyer's Guide forum. And yeah, this is a sword, but this thing is so light and well balanced and just a dream sword. I don't even know why they discontinued it, but they ended up discontinuing it. I have a medial saber, cool profile, but very heavy. Is that a type 12? You know, this is what's funny about this one. Because profile-wise, it shares the same blade as their Castile collection sword, which is a bronze or brass hilted version, and it's pretty much almost like this sword. They're almost identical, except this one has more of the V1 shape or pommel, or I guess you could say like a T3 if you want to look at it as a T. I've always looked at it as a V because of the general shape, even though it has this central ridge. I mean, honestly, if it didn't have that central ridge, it's definitely more V-shaped. It's not really T because it's not fully faceted. And even when you look at the back of it, it's definitely more V1 shaped. But anyway, that aside, the Castile sword from Windlass has a T pommel, more of a T5, and it has a straight 11 guard with the little round clubs, you know, similar to, I don't have an 11 around, but anyway, but you know, if you know the type 11, it's straight with the you know, lobes at the quillions. Anyway, and it doesn't have a fuller. Now, I don't know why Windlass put a fuller on this, because it is a type, it's technically their type 15 blade, just like that Castile sword. But it has a fuller. And I've always had a hard time with this sword being a 15 because of fuller, because 15s normally don't have a fuller. There's like 2 type 15s in history that have a thin fuller like this. So maybe Windlass was trying to copy those. Maybe Windlass just put a fuller in it because it helped with the weight and balance. I mean, technically with the fuller kind of makes it a 16, but it's definitely much too acute for a 16. And it really can't be an 18 because 18s definitely don't have fullers, and there's no 15 arming sword with a fuller. There's I mean, not 15, 18. There's no 18s with fullers. There's 18As with little quarter fullers, but overall, so I've always looked at it as a type 15 with a thin fuller, which, you know, there are type 15s with fullers. I got so many swords stacked on top of each other. It's crazy. Here, I got 2 good examples in here that when people say, well, it can't be a 15, it's got a fuller. And then I'm like, oh, well, look at these. And they're like, that's the exception, not the rule. But, you know, it's like, for example, and it's technically yeah, so this 15 has a fuller, little short quarter fuller. And then the Shrewsbury sword also has a fuller. This 15 right here, as you can see, has a short fuller, 1/4 inch fuller. And I think there's one more in here. Yes, the Shrewsbury also has a fuller, if it's in here. I can't remember if it's in records or not. I don't think it is. I think I have it in another book that I'll have to look for. Yeah, it's not in here. But see, this sword right here, this sword, let me make sure I'm pointing at the right sword. This sword right here, like I said, if you look at that sword, it looks like a Castilian sword, which is what these are. And this sword is actually the sword that Windlass based their Castilian sword on. And you can still find it on like windless.com on their discontinued list of single-handed arming swords. You can also see the effigy sword, but they call it the 1438 sword or something like that. Because originally what they called it is they called it the effigy sword because it was based off the sword of Sir Roger Elmbridge, and who was the sheriff of Sussex in like the early 15th century, and then he died, and he has a sword, but his sword is in a scabbard and on his effigy. So they did a really great job reenacting the pommel and the general hilt down to the ringlets as well. But the blade, you can tell is very thin and pointy. And it's hard to really tell if it's an arming sword or a long sword, but I'm assuming just by the way the grip is on the effigy, even though it's kind of big in proportion to his body, the sword is, that it's meant to be a single-handed sword. But overall, yeah, you don't see the blade on Roger's sword because it's in a scabbard, but it is finely acute. So you could, judging from the scabbard and the blade in the scabbard, that it would be a type 15 or at least an 18. And really overall this would, yeah, excuse me, I guess that's First John is a sign of maybe calling it a night. But yeah, no, I consider it a type 15. And some people might say, well, it's more like an 18, or a 16 because it has a fuller, but I consider it a fullered 15. So kind of ahistorical, but whatever. This is my first medieval sword, and I like it. And it really got me studying history and the Oakeshott typology twofold. The fact that this sword had at least somewhat of a historical example it was based off just turned me on about it. I have the de Johnville, hell of a sword of a toe sticker, but the finish loves rust. Yeah, the de Johnville, that one's actually similar. Do I have him here or did I bury him? Yeah, here he is. The de Johnville, a lot of people get it confused with this guy. Right here. And because it is really cool. And I wish they still made it. And, because it's just an awesome little brass hilted sword. This was like peak 2010s windlass. This is when they were really making decent swords and the tapering was good and the handling was light and fluid and you weren't hearing all the whippy windlass arguments and stuff. They were really making really nice swords. And I mean, this sword came from the same era, and it's a nice, some people consider it a 15. I think it's a little too parallel in hollow ground, so I consider it an 18. Plus, like we were talking earlier with hilt families, for sure saw one for sale at a Cold Steel parking lot sale in Ventura some years ago. Guy bought it for his kid. LOL. Yeah, I mean, damn, too bad you weren't able to pick it up because, I mean, I love mine. It is a durable sword. It is, it's a great sword. Honestly, it's really awesome I got that sword first because it's so well made and it's so just, quintessential medieval. Like I said, with its history and its backstory being based off the effigy of Sir Roger Elmbridge, I researched that hell out of Roger Elmbridge because I wanted to know about him because I had a replica of his sword. It made it that much cooler, way much more than this sword, which doesn't really have a base of anything. Is it based on a historical original to an extent? Yeah, it's based on your more classical, 16th, 15th, or late 15th century bastard swords. But overall, it's very generic. There's not history to it. That sword, there was history to it. I picked up a Polish saber and said for a good discount. Nice. Awesome. There's nothing wrong with getting a good Polish saber. And you were at you said you were at a Cold parking lot sale in Ventura. Oh, so you must have been, did you live in California at the time? I'm assuming, or maybe you were just down visiting, and that's cool that you were able to walk into a parking lot sale for swords, especially from Cold Steel. But you know, I'd love to still go to like the windless annual sales, you know. But anyway, but I don't know. But yeah, so like with this one, you know, you brought up the DeJohnville sword, and this one was oh, what was this sword? What is this sword's name? God, I can't think of it right now because I'm kind of, you know, yeah, Cold Steel was based out of there once a summer. They have their annual parking lot sale there. All right, that's cool. That's cool. You know, but yeah, it's like with, you know, with this sword, you know, a lot because it has the same genre. Now, if you look at the DeJohnville, it is quintessentially Type 18 anyway, because it's a lot more parallel and it's shorter. It's more of a riding sword, but it still has the family F hilt formation, you know, and that's why I consider this more of an 18 because of the family F hilt, you know, and the hollow ground blade to it. And it does just, it's a little more parallel. It's not as acute, you know, like I said, like look at the effigies tip compared to this. This one's a lot thicker. And so I just kind of lean this one more towards, you know, a Type 18 just because of the hilt and the hollow ground. And it just feels more like an 18 to me. I don't know, it doesn't feel like a 15, but, you know, I might be wrong. But yeah, I've always considered this one more of an 18. But anyway, but yeah, so yeah, it's awesome. You know, God, I got so many swords stacked in front of me. I'm sure you guys can just see the piles stacking up, and I got all my scabbards over here. I think let's just give a head count. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 swords and a warhammer. all piled up here, but talking and having a good time with you guys. So awesome. Glad you guys stuck around and hung out. Looks like I'm losing some of you. It's a bit shorter and more robust than the one there. Yeah, they did change it up on the DeJohnville. It's not, it's thicker and it's more bulbous at the tips. Because I think he's such a cool historical figure. Yeah, he's awesome. And that's what's neat about that style of sword. And I'll get that one out real quick because I think you wanted to kind of see it anyway because I don't think you said you didn't own it and you were asking about Black Prince swords, or maybe it wasn't you and it was somebody else. But all right, here it is. So here is the Late Constant sword, the windless 14th century long sword. Which there's 3 swords in this family in this sword family. And actually, you know what? I'll show off this sword, but I'm going to clean up some swords first because I just got too many swords piled up and it's driving me nuts. So we're going to put some swords away before we play with the 15A. And then I go and I grab the wrong scabbard. There we go. Like I said, these windless scabbards, you know, they're not the prettiest, but they're functional. And they don't, you know, it's not bad. You know, free scabbard, you can't complain. But anyway, let's see here. This one is for the European. We'll put him back here. And we'll put him away later. The Topeka, we'll put him away. Leave him right here. And then this guy is for the Toten. We'll put him away. We'll stick him over here. And then we have our 14th century hand and a half sword, aka war sword, as it should be called. We'll stick him right here. The other war swords that are Damascus Viking sword by Windlass. We'll put him here. All right. got that 14th-century longsword with you. I love the unique bulky pommel for counterbalance. Exactly. And doesn't it feel just so awesome the way it rests in your hand, like on your backhand when you're holding it with a two-handed grip? It just hugs your palm, and it's comfortable. It looks like it'd be uncomfortable. It's so comfortable on the bottom of your palm, and it keeps it there. You don't move, which is also what's freaking awesome with it. I love that sword. It's, I mean, honestly, so I've always been a pro budget guy. And I know a lot of guys are probably like, oh, yeah, if you got an Avalon, then you wouldn't give a shit about your $300 swords. Honestly, I don't look at the Royal Armory's windlass swords as high-end swords. I mean, they're built high-end, but at the same time, I don't look at them as it does, because it looks shorter. And I mean, in comparison, because I got this one first because I had to have this one because I begged for a 17 to hit my range, my market range for years. You know, that's why I got the Toten, is because the Toten was the closest I could get to a Type 17 for budget pricing. And again, the Fuller kind of defeats its purpose because it's not a rigid Type 17. I mean, it still thrusts decently because it's pointy, but it does not work like a proper rigid Type 17. So I got the Type 17 first, right when the Royal Armory hit. I was like, you know what, I got to get this sword. I know it's a little more. It's like, it was like $800, but at the same time, I got to get it. I got to get it because I got to have a 17 in my collection. I've been begging for a 17. As a lot of you know, my collection is built around the Oakeshott Typology. I wanted to have at least one type of every type and subtype in the Oakeshott Typology. Have I gotten there 100%? No, but I'm close. GRW, good morning. Good morning. Is it that late? What time? I don't think it. Well, I guess it depends on your time regions. I know I said this was going to go till 11 my time, and we're almost 4 hours in. So obviously, I'm beating Matt's record in my old live sword video. I guess they're just going to keep going. Hang out all day and talk swords, I guess, because I mean, gosh, I guess I can. It's Friday tomorrow. I got an easy day at work tomorrow, so I'll be all right, and I can sleep in a little, so they don't get mad at me. So, but anyway, so yeah, so that's okay. So let's put the Vikings away. So we're done talking about Vikings, unless GRW, you want to talk about Vikings. That was my first Royal Army's pick too. Yeah, because the 17, because they're not on the market. And unless you're an Albion buyer or an Arms and Armor buyer, actually, I don't even think Arms and Armor has a Type 17. I think literally the only manufacturer that has a 17 is Albion. Valiant Armory doesn't do them. Topeka did some, but also Del 10 did some. Del 10 even did a replica of this River 10 sword, but theirs was a historical because it didn't have the diamond cross section. It's diamond, and a lot of people get it confused because they're like, "Well, it's technically they think it's a Type 28 because, but then again, Type 28s also had a diamond cross section because it was transitional, but they also had fullering. And when you look at the River 10 sword from Del 10, it's got the ricasso, but it's diamond. So yeah, that's just what it is. And then so yeah, that was my first pick too. And then what did I do with the sword I was going to play with? Okay, so yeah, so for so the 15. I mean, just look at that thick. I mean, this is just a mean son of a bitch of a sword, and that's what I feel. And I get it. You said he loves the Black Prince, and like you said, there was 3 swords that were designed like this. There's the Black Prince sword, which has his unique kind of crucifix in the pommel. There's the I think it's Lucerne sword that's in a private collection that is similar, basically pretty much identical to this one. And then there's this one in the Royal Armories. And actually, there's a typo, I believe, in, let me see if, in records. Here, we'll put away the effigy since he's old and retired. But yeah, it, because I think, and this was confusing when I was researching this sword, because I'm pretty sure, because most of all of these are in here as 15A. You know, and there's a few lookalikes too, because yeah, he has the Lake Lucerne sword, which he says is this sword, and it's technically not. And then he has the Black Prince, and he also has, I'm pretty sure he has, you know, describing the Lake Constance sword too. Maybe not, but he does, yeah, because he says that this was Lake Serene. There's a lot of deep underneath Royal Armories, actually Sir Edward Barry. So yeah, so Sir Edward Barry, if I remember right, owns the Lucerne sword, and then the Lake Constance sword, which is what this sword is. Have you ever handled the Red Dragon Bastard sword? I have it, and it's really quite nice. It came out as part of the series. Looks neat. The 50th Century Value. Yeah, it does look neat. And Matt, Matthew Jensen, he did a review of that, and yeah, he found it to be pretty good. I think he ended up, which he beats the shit out of swords, but I'm pretty sure he ended up breaking the knuckle guard on his, but I think he went out of his way to break it. But yeah, overall it's tight, and he didn't really have anything bad to say about it, even though he broke it. But yeah, so that is a picture of this sword, the original in the Royal Armories. But he has it written as the Lucerne sword rather than the Constance sword. And then there's also, like I said, there's one right next to it that does look very similar, and has similar hilting, but it does have, you know, it's not the same, because when you look at, for example, like I said, see, here's the Black Prince sword, and it's pretty much, aside from a little minor differences, I think the grip length's a little bit longer, maybe the blade length, because the blade length is recorded at 34 inches in this book, and this one's 32. So yeah, it's just a little bit longer overall. The Black Prince, just a wee bit longer than the Constance sword, but they're pretty much the same sword. And the Lucerne sword is the same sword as well. And I know a lot of people get that confused, because when they were like looking at this, and they're like, oh, it's a knockoff of the Black Prince. But no, it's a Lucerne sword. Have you handled the Red Dragon Bastard sword? I have it, and it's really quite nice. It depends. What the hell? The Red Dragon Bastard sword. Are we talking about the one? Well, here, I'll show you. Because I got one. Where's he at? Oh, here he is. So this is technically, because Red Dragon / OTC, because OTC makes those swords. They made this. Now, I've had two versions by Balor. So I don't know if you're talking about this one. I should probably get going. I got an early morning and traveling ahead of me. All right, yeah, definitely, Sword Lord. Thanks for hanging out for the 4 hours. I mean, you know, if I had prizes to give away, you and JG would probably get the grand prizes, because you guys were here the longest. But I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate the support, and you always hanging out and chatting with me, and commenting and watching all the new content I post. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you being a #1 supporter. But yeah, get some rest and drive safe tomorrow. It was good. It was good chatting with you, bud. But Boris 78, is this the sword you're talking about? So I know this one was called like the Red Dragon Bastard sword too, but I know there was also I mean, obviously, Red Dragon sold both versions of the Balor Arms, aka Honshu, aka OTC sword, because there's the one with the style 6 guard here, and Yeah, okay, then they are pretty much the same sword. Because, I mean, this one's distinct because this is the Gen 2 Balor arm, so it's made by Windlass. So the big differences is that the pommel is a little differently shaped. It's a little thicker, and it's a little more chamfered. And then the guard's a little smaller. And I had the Gen 1 Balor arms. Actually, I have it reviewed. It's one of my first reviews on the channel. It was actually one of my first reviews I did at the bar when I was working at the bar. But anyway, but yeah, it's just a little different. And then when I got this sword, I did a comparison video between the two because they are both prominently very similar. You know, and then like with this one, so yeah, so there was two versions of the long sword from Balor Arms, both from Gen 1 and with OTC, and then with Windlass Steelcrafts. Windlass, I'm pretty so only made this one, but then the Gen 1 Balor Arms had a different, same sword, but just a slightly different crossguard that had more of a center inclusion that came up. And then I also know there was another Red Dragon bastard sword that had a little different shaped handle. It was more wasted and longer on the bottom of the grip here. And I think it might have had a slightly different pommel. But overall, yeah, they're pretty much all the same sword. Red Dragon, Honshu, historical line, Balor Arms, at least as far as these older gens, because they were all designed kind of the same, and they were all done by OTC up until Windlass did theirs. And then once 3rd gen came out and LK Chin were doing Balor Arms, and they were, yeah, completely different swords. I have the other one with the different guard. Okay, so you have the one with the stronger inclusion. Okay, yeah, so yeah, and they're pretty much, the only difference between this sword and that sword is the guard. And that's been proven in other reviews and stuff. They basically just had the same sword because they had the same pommel, and they just had different guards, and they had the same like Type 12A blade. So yeah, but yeah, I love this sword. This it's a great sword. This one I never really cut with. I cut with the Gen 1 because it came sharp. This one didn't come sharp because it was made by Windlass. So I wasn't able to cut with it. I actually have 2 of the Gen 2 Balor Arms swords made by Windlass. I used to have 3 because I used to have the what do I do? Oh, there he is. Yep. So yeah, this Type 12 I had out earlier. So yeah, I have a 12A and a 12 that are Balor Arms Gen 2s. And yeah, it's pretty awesome sword. But anyway, overall, yeah, really nice. I like them. I like these Balor Arm swords. They're pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, so, you know, the Balor Arms. And then I have a Gen 1 Balor Arms here I can dig out, I guess, just for fun, because we're digging them all out anyway. Balance. But anyway, so yeah, so this is the Gen 1 Balor Arms Italian 15th century Italian longsword, and this one's like their staple. This is like the Balor Arms staple, which is like their version of the Brescia Spadona. But it's funny because they didn't want to copy the Brescia Spadona because unfortunately Cult of Athena at the time, like with Ryan and stuff, they were like very like feeding into the behavior of like swordsmiths like Peterson and like those guys that were like, oh, you're copying us if your sword looks like you know, looks like ours, but you know, the Brescia Spadona is not an Albion sword. It's a historical sword. It's in a museum in Italy. And they went with a different blade type, which is kind of more of a 18B, I guess you could say, because it's hollow ground. It's not really as thin as an 18B should be, so it kind of makes it more 18A. But either way, this kind of the Italian sword kind of became their staple sword, which is funny because you can also get it from the Honshu historical line in 2 variants because OTC continued to make the same you know, Brescia style with the T pommel in the style 8 guard in the type 18B subtype 18B blade. So you can really see this sword even in its Gen 1 iteration from Honshu right now. You can still buy it from Honshu. It's the same sword because they're both made by the Indian manufacturer OTC. But there has been technically 4 generations of this Italian sword sold by Cult of Athena under Balor Arms. There was this one, the Gen 1, made by OTC. There was a second variant, which I had for a short time, but then it got damaged, and I kind of broke the terms of agreement with Cult of Athena, so I wasn't able to get it replaced because I tried to fix it myself and kind of messed it up, which was a Gen 2 made by Windless, which, you know, was similar to the 2 I just had. And then the third generation, which is a pretty popular one, which is the LK Chen variant. And I think that's it. I think there is only 3 because the newest Gen 4 of Balor Arms didn't recreate the Italian sword. It seemed like a pretty good deal for the money. They both came incredibly sharp. And they are. They're those ones are good. I've been featuring those a lot. The Knights collection on Sword News. I don't know if you watch Sword News, but on a Katana Italian arm sword, Matt tested and thought it was okay. I have one. I have the arming sword version. I don't know if you're talking about the long sword version or the arming sword version, but that's actually when I did my last live feed and I started that grip wrap, which obviously I haven't finished. Yeah, and it's a nice sword. It's a nice 16. Got the nice style 6 guard and stuff. I mean, overall, it's a nice sword. But yeah, back to those Knight collection swords. You know, with a lot of them, yeah, they're pretty well put together because they're made by the same Longquan forge that a lot of like the Swordier stuff and Shadow Dancer and swords are made. So they're going to be a similar quality. So if you like Swordier, or if you like Iron Wolf Forge, which I featured on the channel, or if you like Shadow Dancer or any of these other Chinese, old swords, modern Chinese swords. Well, excuse me. As far as that, I actually have the Pompeii, and I reviewed it on the channel. Not the Pompeii, I have the mains. The big issue I always had with the mains over the Pompeii was the plastic grip. And I bought it anyway because I bought this on a deal of the day, back when Windless used to do their deal of the days, quite a few years ago. And I got it for a really nice weekend weapon deal discount. I think I paid like 85, maybe $90 for it after it being shipped. And yeah, the Fafnir Forge ones look really good. And I don't mind these Windless ones, but the big thing I didn't like was the plastic grip, the faux ivory grip, they called it. And it was just uncomfortable. But as you can see, I wrapped mine in leather. And I'll tell you right now, honestly, I love this leather wrap plastic grip over a solid wood that the Pompeii has any day. Plus, you almost got to go with the mains pattern Gladius. I mean, just the wasp waist, leaf blade tip. I mean, that's just so, I mean, when I think of a Gladius, I think of the mains pattern. I mean, the diamond point is just gnarly, and it just surpasses the Spatha or the Pompeii, in my opinion. The style of blade, it's just quintessential Roman gladiator. It's just that's what I went with. But yeah, I would definitely recommend this mains, especially the new mains, because the new mains has an actual bone grip. They got rid of the plastic. Maybe people bitched enough, but yeah, they actually have a solid bone grip. And I mean, and if you're on a budget, honestly, a lot of people rave about the Topeka Gladius. They're really well put together. I mean, some of them are a little rough on the furniture because they're very, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell. That sometimes I think they just went cheap and they grabbed some, like they went over to the next factory where they make you know, table furniture and grabbed some table legs and fashioned hilts out of them. But no, I really love this. And it's a windlass. And I know windlass gets a hard time, but they made a pretty good gladius with this windlass. You know, a lot of the windlass gladiuses are pretty nice. I think the only one I ever heard anyone bitch about was the Centurion gladius, which has been sold in like 2 variants. They had a battle cry version that was like all black, and then they had the Centurion gladius. And the Centurion gladius has like kind of a double shelf life, because a lot of people, if you don't remember, made from the bones of Grandpa's water buffalo. Probably. You know, what was it? Gladiator, the movie Gladiator. When it came out, Windlass made those swords for the movie. So they had the license to sell the licensed swords. And they did, like, you know, Maximus's swords. They did his General Spatha, and they did his 2. They do. And, you know, they do generally all around well with swords anyway, when they're given the budget or the statistical data to do it. That's why these Royal Armory swords are so great. I mean, you know, who would have thought Windlass would be stepping up to the level of... Yes, it is. That's another Royal Armories, and I have a review on that coming up, but I'll get it out for you. Why not? Since we're getting out everything anyway, and we're 4 hours in, but we're probably going to have to go to bed soon, or I'm just going to pass out and I'm going to fall in a face full of swords, which ain't going to be very comfortable. But yeah, that is the Windlass Royal Armories Cinqueda that I will have a review out on shortly. I did film a review of it, but then I didn't really like it. I didn't really like the way it came out. It was also kind of before I kind of reworked my mics, so it was kind of that quiet, echoey that a few of my earlier reboot videos have been, since I've been in my dining room with my sword collection. But anyway, yeah, it's a really awesome sword, and this one's really neat because I kind of talk about it in my review. It's just a sword that I didn't think I would like, but I had to have, because it is a representative of the Type 21 blade type in the Oakeshott Typology. Back to what this core subject was supposed to be, Oakeshott Typology. And you don't find a lot of Type 21 blades or 22 blades in the market, especially the production market. This, aside, and speaking of Knights Collection, because we were talking about Knights Collection earlier, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the new Knights Collection blades, Cult of Athena just released some new ones, you know, a couple of weeks ago that I featured on Sword News, and 3 of them were Witcher swords, and the 4th one was a Cinqueda. And it was a traditional, like a sword Cinqueda. Yeah, it is a neat piece. I love it. I love it. It's so, like I said, I didn't think I would like it because I'm so cruciform. I'm such a fuddy-duddy when it comes to swords. And yeah, that one, I've heard great things about that one too. You know, but I'm always a very traditionalist when it comes, you know, because you look at this hilt. The Cinqueda hilt is not your standard cruciform hilt. But, you know, like I said, 14s and 21s, pretty similar. And you know, and it's like, but they just, it just, I didn't think I would like this grip, but it's so comfortable. It's so usable. It's so user-friendly. And this just goes to show that, like, the 16th century riding swords and civilian arming swords like the Cinqueda was, it's just, they were meant for everyone. It's so easy to use and just feels so fluid, and the grip and everything just feels so good in your hand. I mean, I go in a lot more detail on it in the review, and when I finally get around to posting it, you know, get the editing done, you know, you'll get to see it. And this one is sharp, so I will be doing a follow-up cutting video with it too. What's the blade length? The blade length is where was it at? I think it's right at yeah, because the seneschal is 26, so I think it's 24. It looks about 2 inches. I'm trying to think at the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that the Cinqueda is 24. if I remember right. It is 24 inches. I have like stat page somewhere, I think, in my little folder of video, scripts. But anyway, yeah, it's I believe it's 24-inch blade. And so it is a shorty. It is a short swordish on the short sword side. And like I said, you just see the fullering and the triple fullers, and they go all the way up into the tip. And then they got that center fuller and just the fullers. And it's not really a thick blade, but it's very rigid. And that's what's cool about it. There's not a lot of flex to it. And that's what's nice about it. And, and that's something that I've always really liked about this sword. And, it's a very spade-shaped tip that doesn't really look like it can thrust. But then look, it's still reinforced, and it's still very thin. That'll go into somebody like nothing. And then you're going to get a whole lot of extra as the blade kind of thickens out, and it's just going to rip your belly open, and it's just mean. And the guard, you would think that this guard is, because what's cool about the Tinqueta is it kind of harkens back to the Gladius. It's very Gladius in its feel and design. It's very I heard one else also got the contract for the Kingdom of Heaven. They are a really great company. Yeah, Kingdom of Heaven. They did those original swords. Actually, I was in my book earlier here. Yeah, Boris, you weren't here for when I was getting into this old book. But I pulled out some books to look at some swords, and this one actually had a lot of the Kingdom of Heaven swords in it because, when this book was published, it has a lot of the Kingdom of Heaven swords and stuff, and just a lot of different like film sword socks. So, see, there's the sword of Evelyn, of course, next to Connor and his McLeod Claymore. But anyway, yeah, Windlass has had a lot of sword licenses over the years. Any experience with Kingston Arms, Scottish arming sword? That was on my short list. No, unfortunately, and let me fix this. This got twisted for some reason. I think I bumped it with a sword blade. No, unfortunately not. I've handled them, and they're nice swords. Kingston Arms is basically Hanwei sword. So if you've ever handled a Hanwei medieval sword, like a Hanwei Tinker, or one of their standard ones like the Aberek, or like one of their Vikings or anything. If you've handled a Hanwei, a European sword, Kingston Arms is pretty comparable. I did handle that sword, actually, ironically, at a Ren Fair last year. A sword vendor had it, and I liked it. It was a pretty neat sword. I liked it. It was really light, and it had a nice blade. If you like that Scottish style upturned hilt, more power to you. Some people don't like them, and they find them uncomfortable or unwieldy, but they're kind of very similar to that Tinqueta hilt. I have the Scottish armor sword from Kingdom Arms. I love it. Smallest grip, not the sharpest, great sword overall. Yeah, it is, and it's kind of, a lot of people get confused with that sword because they try to pin it as a arming sword, like a 13th century arming sword, and it's not. It's actually a later period sword. It's actually more of a post-Renaissance sword. That sword that they're replicating, I believe, is back. I think it was dated to like the 16th century or so, I want to say. But yeah, the 1850 foot officer sword. Yeah, that's another one. Like I said, that's the other thing. Windlass makes great sabers. I've never owned a windlass saber, or technically I do own a windlass saber, but it might be a Topeka. It's hard to say. It's made in India, but it was made in the 90s, so I don't really know who made it. I got it in the late 90s. for a birthday present. So yeah, it's hard to say. But overall, yeah, I want to say that, and I want to say that. Got any armor? I got a set of chainmail from Topeka. I love it. Riveted round rings. I have a set of leather armor that I got kind of not really to do anything with. It's not like I LARP or do anything like that. But I did get a suit of black leather armor for like kind of like Halloween to do Witcher a couple years ago, but I got the full suit. I got it from was it Medieval Replicas, I think is where I got it, the armor. But yeah, but it's a full suit of black leather armor, shoulder pads, chest plate. It's got tassets. It's got gauntlets and and leg armor. So, but yeah, it's not functional, but it's, I mean, I guess it's semi-functional because it's still like thick leather, but still, I probably good for taking a whack with a Rawlings synthetic sword or something, but I wouldn't really trust it against a real sword or anything. But no, I don't. I would love to get a suit of armor. It's just where to put it. It's kind of like with my leather armor. I keep it kind of hung up on metal hangers in my closet, but it would look a lot cooler like over here next to my swords, propped up, like built up on a mannequin or something. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have armor. I did recently buy a heater shield, which I featured on the collection page, but I never really played with on here. And you guys have probably seen it, in the bottom corner on my wide shot videos. But yeah, I got a Lord of Battles heater shield. I got that from Medieval Collectibles too. Usually if I get anything that is costume based or something, if you want a different type of sword, try the LK10 Dragon Sparrow Hidden Hilt Dao as your budget allows. Very neat concept. Is that the one that's like brass with the white grip wrap? Because I've seen that a few times on SBG forum. I've seen a couple guys talk about it, and I think someone sold one like a while ago. But anyway, if that's the one, yeah, I'd probably be interested in it. It seemed like a pretty nice sword. I've been talking to Cult of Athena about that, and they've been discussing about, sending me some review samples to give me some stuff to review for them. And I was like, yeah. And honestly, I told him, I said, I wouldn't mind reviewing something out of my wheelhouse or comfort zone. So don't feel shy about sending me, something that is kind of semi sort of out of my element, because I would probably enjoy reviewing it. So, you never know. They might send me like a Dao or a Jian or something Chinese, because I told them I don't have any Chinese swords in my collection, and maybe they'll send me one. But I've just never been personally interested enough in Chinese swords to want to buy one or learning their sword form and art style. So that's why I never really bought one. No brass and bronze with wood grip. No brass and bronze with wood grip fits into the scarlet. Later Persian and Cossack sabers had a similar concept. Okay, I'll have to check it out though. I'm looking at Viking swords at the moment. I'll probably go to Windless again for that. All of my swords, or most of my Viking swords, are windless. Unfortunately, a lot of their better ones are discontinued. If I was going to give one solid recommendation for a good Viking sword from Windless, that's not too gaudy and is very utilitarian handling, it would be well, you could get one of either. It depends on what style you like. I have this Malden Battle Cry, and I like it. I know, Matthew Jensen, he did the review on it, and he broke it at the shoulders and he didn't really do a lot of heavy work, but I think he just got a lemon. But I love mine, and I think if I remember right, because I got some archive of cutting footage that I've been breaking down and putting into follow-ups, and I think I followed up the Malden, if I remember right. If not, it was one of the other Viking swords, and I did some cutting with it. So yeah, so that should be releasing soon too. But yeah, I mean, any thoughts on the Viking swords from Swordier? I mean, they're not bad. The problem I have with them is they are very Chinese. And, one thing that kind of is a turnoff with me in Chinese swords is according to Indian swords, and I discussed this a little bit on a sword news too, is that they just seem too modern. The Chinese do pretty good with medieval swords because they get the lines crisp and everything and the geometries on that. But really just kind of getting that old world design on a Viking, getting the design and the two-piece hilt construction and things like that accurate, they just don't do. That's why it's almost like they don't understand it. It's like Ronin Katana. They're Vikings. I've always been turned off by them because they just look very just modern, like they're trying to mimic an antique like Viking sword. It's like you can't just etch lines in a triangular pommel and consider us, oh yeah, that's a lobed pommel. No, it's not. You didn't lobe it. I heard Elkin Type 19 is excellent. I have two, and I wish I would have gotten one. The only reason why I haven't really gotten one is that I got my fingers crossed that Windlass's third batch of the Royal Armory swords will have the Milanese Alexandria Type 19, which is such a sweet sword, and it's personally, I think it's a way more attractive sword than the Ribaldo. And like I said, I don't know if you guys are watching earlier, you'll have to rewind once this goes on live, but I did talk about the Milanese finger guard sword from Topeka, the Primus line that I have. It's behind me, but I got a bug getting it out again because I buried it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, they're good swords, but I mean, if you look at it, I'm not saying it's a bad sword functionally. I'm just saying that when you're like focusing on it as like a historical Viking sword, I mean, this sword, this sword definitely looks more and is more stylized Viking than like the Ronin. And like I said, the Ronin performs great, but something that's a little more historical. I have a Ronin Katana Viking sword bought on sale. It's fun, but it's not historic. And that's what sucks. It's not. And that's the thing. If you want something that's historically accurate, but you're on a budget, definitely go for something more like Windlass. Because the thing with Windlass is that there's two sides of it. With Windlass, you get much more historical accuracy, especially with the more modern stuff like the Graham I reviewed that I got over here. They've given a much better focus of attention to detail. The big downer with them is just some of the older ones are just kind of, excuse me, it's just kind of put together ahistorically too. They're not two-piece, they're not traditional. And that's kind of like with Topeka. I wish that you could get a Topeka grip hilt on like a Ronin or a Windlass or whatever blade. Well, this was the classic hoplite sword. Hey, I got that guy right here. I had him out talking about him earlier. See, here's mine. And the only thing I didn't like about mine, and I'll put this Malden away, but yeah, definitely, Boris, if you want a good, Windlass Viking sword, I highly suggest. There's two versions of this. There's the black version, which is the Malden, and then there's a more standard version with a solid leather wrap with risers. It's called the Ashdown. So either one you get, they're pretty much the same sword. The Ashdown's a little better put together, but if I remember right, the Malden's cheaper. So you go with that. But anyway, yeah, here's my hoplite sword. And as you see, I redid the grip in leather, which kind of makes it a little more ahistorical, and I don't know. It kind of reminds me more of like a halfling sword from Lord of the Rings, like the ones that Aragorn gives the hobbits when they're going through the marshes. Kind of gives it that style, but yeah, I love it. You know, it's a nice little sword. And actually, when I was talking about earlier, some of you guys might not have been on for it. Some of you guys might have been, but this one actually is sharpened. I don't know if you can tell, it's a little burnished at the end because I kind of fucked it up, but the polish up a little bit. But yeah, it is. It's a tough nonsense sword, and it's a screw-on pommel, but it's Loctited and it's screwed on tight. This thing ain't ever going to come off unless you break that seal on that Loctite. This thing's going to go for days. It's going to be just like a peened, if not better than a peened sword. But yeah, this sword, like I said, so I sharpened this with the AccuSharp, and I used the original guides on like the knife side, which was kind of a little more easier to use. But as you can tell, you could get still a little crazy if you push a little too much. And I was trying to get it to go around the leaf, which was a lot more difficult than you think on that Keith Onion work sharp. But anyway, yeah, this was the first thing I sharpened on that Keith Onion. No, second thing I sharpened on the Keith Onion work sharp when I got it, because the first thing I sharpened was actually my Munich Town Guard parrying dagger. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, the Hoplite's awesome. It's a cool little sword, and it's still it's still being sold by Windlass and still being made, and yeah, you can't go wrong with that one. But anyway, but yeah, but cool. All right, well, we have been going almost 4.5 hours, and I know I got 90 of you still on. And I don't want to, like, you know, cut you guys off, but it has been 4 hours because, yeah, I started this at 9, so 10, 11, 12, 1. It's 1 in the morning, my time. So I don't know. I know some of you are saying good morning, so obviously you're enjoying seeing my groggy face talk swords half awake. But anyway, but yeah, I think I'm going to call it. I obviously went 2 hours over what I was planning because I was just planning on doing 9 to 11. But you guys stuck around for obviously 4.5 hours. So we're nearly 4 hours. So I want to thank you for that. Yeah, go to bed. Have a good weekend. I will. I'll try to get some of that sword review editing done so I can get those Royal Armory swords caught in. Glad I caught the tail end of your stream. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Boars78. Definitely, please. Hopefully, I see more of you on Dynamo Sword Channel. I'll appreciate it. You know, and get to see you, and you know, get to you know, hopefully you subscribe and check out the rest of the content and stick with me as I produce more content and more live feeds. Like I said, I'd like now that I think I've figured out the kinks of live feeds and what not to push and what to fix and whatnot. I think, you know, I'd like to do live feeds at least twice a month. I think it'll be good for you guys and getting to meet new people and everything. I think overall, yeah, I think yeah, it'd be good. Obviously, what's cool about these live feeds is they save as videos. So obviously, there's a good 4.5 hour video that'll be uploading to YouTube in the next 24 hours. So hopefully you guys that might be catching the kind of the tail end of this, you know, you can go back and see. We did have a great discussion, you know, just to recap, for any of you guys that are caught on the ass end before I say goodbye. You know, this started as a Q&A. Enjoy the chat. Thanks, Robert. Thanks for sticking around. You know, I think if I was going to give like superficial kudos, I think it's you, JG, and Sword Lord were my long standing guys that KO Bunny X. Hi, and sorry, KO Bunny X. I'm just about to shut it down. I know you just got here, and I apologize. I wish you would have got on a little earlier. But again, this was a 4 hour live stream, so definitely check it out and see what you missed, and you know, you can read all the comments and all the fun stuff that we had. to give a recap, you know, I started this as an Oakeshott Typology Q&A, and it did pretty good as an Oakeshott Q&A, and then like it went from like Oakeshott Typology to kind of discussing more about like medieval history, and then we got into like some more detailed medieval life, you know, so you know, like life and social matters like medicine and shipbuilding, and you know, we had a nice conversation, me and a few of the group members, about you know, what if Europe went the route of Japan and was a European empire that basically stalemated, similar to the samurai, to where the knight was the samurai. That was a fun discussion. I think that might be one that I might, you know, kind of delve into and make a discussion topic of or something. I think that was a good idea that not a lot of people, I think, have really hit on. But anyway, so we talked about that, and then I pulled half my collection out like I tend to always do in these live feeds. We had some fun looking at some really cool swords. You can see a few of them in front of me here. Most of them Royal Armory swords from Windlass, because everybody likes to see those. I did notify that there is two awesome modern and tactical katanas. You know, yeah, they are. They're cool. I think they're pretty cool too. You know, it's kind of like, you know, it's always reminded me of like tactical katanas. It's like Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe. It's like his swords. It's like, because he's a ninja, but he's a modern army guy, so he's kind of like that blend of tradition and modern. You know, and then you got the tactical katana, which just, you know, yeah, it always reminded me of Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe from the 80s cartoons. But anyway, but yeah, no, and then we went and we kind of talked about the Royal Armory swords. I talked about a few of my reviews and a few upcoming, you know, things on the channel. Another thing that I will be, you know, kind of frequency posting more, but is, I do have a few discount codes for Dynamo Sword Channel if you're interested. The first one is from Iron Gate Armory. If you go to Iron Gate Armory, and I'll write something in the moment, like, to check it out for you guys that are here on the last end. If you want to buy anything from Iron Gate Armory, they're offering a 10% discount, especially for you European, you know, viewers. You Dynamo Swords 10, Dynamo Swords, plural, Swords 10, and put that in at discount, and you get the discount. I also have an affiliate code from Cult of Athena that I'm going to be sharing. I just got to figure out how it is and what it is. I'm going to talk to the girls at Cult of Athena. We'll make sure I'm doing it right before I spill the beans, but definitely check that out for a nice little bonus up from Cult of Athena. And yeah, definitely, next up, probably I plan on posting a follow-up review on the Hanwei Practical Plus Wakizashi with some cutting footage. So I'll be posting that tomorrow. Just got that finished up tonight. And then before I did the live stream, and then of course, if I don't get something out someday, like one of those Royal Armories reviews, I will have sword news out on Monday, every Monday evening. I try to get them out by 6 p.m. my time, but the way that uploads work, it just sometimes are slower than not. So I've kind of like set it to, like, you know, more like 8 p.m. So yeah, I try to get sword news out by 8 p.m. Every Monday. So yeah, so please, if you're enjoying sword news, definitely check out sword news and enjoy. But until then, again, thanks you guys for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. You know, let's get Dynamo Sword Channel up on the view counts and on the subscriber counts. So, you know, YouTube is a little nicer to it, and you know, we can get the content more out to share with everybody. And you know, we've got a lot of great partnerships going on with Sword News and Dynamo Sword Channel, and I'd love to see that continue and grow. And of course, it's only going to grow if I get viewers like you guys. So please like, share, and subscribe. You know, and let's build up Dynamo Sword Channel. Let's make, you know, I'm a real giving guy, and the more stuff I can do, the more content I can provide, and the more I'm going to give you guys out with like discount codes and maybe even giveaways and stuff like that. I'd love to do some fun stuff like that. So let's keep the channel growing so we can get some more cool stuff, because I definitely love to do this for you guys, and more than just to hear the sound of my own voice. But anyway, I think that'll be it for Dynamo Sword Channel. I'm David. Thanks for watching. And again, be sure to check all the other great content on Dynamo Channel. We'll see you next time, guys. Have a good night. Thank you, KO Bunny YX, for subscribing. I will definitely make sure you have a shout out on the next Sword News during the end segment of Sword News where I do shout outs. Have a good night, guys.